Chapter 23:31. The others who were fighting Lu Ming turned pale with fright, especially the 18th level True Emperor. He could not kill two True Emperors with combat strength of 17th level True Emperor so easily. Lu Ming's combat strength was far above his. Run, run. The remaining people had the same thought and turned to run. The 18th level True Emperor was the fastest. You want to run? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as his six-feathered wings appeared. With a flap, Lu Ming caught up to the 18th level True Emperor. Seeing that he could not escape, the powerhouse with the combat strength of a level 18 True Emperor turned around and roared. He unleashed all his strength and charged toward Lu Ming. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's fist landed, directly crushing the other party's attack and penetrating the other party's body. The terrifying force tore the other party's body. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the other party's heart of the world. The 18th level True Emperor was killed instantly. Many people were speechless. This level of power was too terrifying. What was an 18th level True Emperor? One of the laws must be a supreme law. Controlling 9 different laws at the same time would give one the battle prowess of an 18th level True Emperor. Only the top geniuses could reach this level. Some of them only managed to comprehend a supreme law after becoming an emperor. However, they were also terrifying geniuses with limitless potential. Clearly, Lu Ming was one of them. Lan Sheng and the others felt their hearts bleeding. Today, they had lost Lan Yun one after another, as well as that expert just now. This was definitely an unimaginable loss. However, they could only watch helplessly as Lu Ming massacred those people. Die! Lu Ming let out a long howl and flapped his 6-feathered wings continuously. His speed was extremely fast as he charged toward the remaining people. They screamed and begged, but it was useless. It was too late for regrets as Lu Ming killed them one by one. Not long after, dozens of experts fell and their world cores were taken away by Lu Ming. What kind of power is this? An 18th level True Emperor can't even fight back. Too shocking. From now on, no one in the younger generation can compete with Lu Ming. His opponents will be the older generation. The so-called 9 severals can't even withstand a single blow from him. At the scene, countless people were discussing. Their hearts were in turmoil, and it was difficult for them to calm down. How can this be? Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and the others who had a conflict with Lu Ming were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief. During the 10 Earths competition, Lu Ming was strong but not much stronger than them. Moreover, they were confident that they could surpass Lu Ming in the future and crush Lu Ming if he couldn't become an emperor. However, it had only been a few years and Lu Ming's ability had already reached a height that they could not reach. The difference was too great. The current Lu Ming could kill them with a single finger. They were still in the Void Emperor realm, while Lu Ming could kill an 18th level True Emperor. They couldn't compare at all. Awesome, I'll definitely follow him in the future. My hair. Wuliang Monk kept shouting. We have to work hard too. Otherwise, we'll be left behind by Lu Ming. Indeed. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others sighed. Father, mother was right. Father is unparalleled in the world. No one can compare to him. Looking at Lu Ming in the sky, Lu Shenhuang clenched his fists in excitement. Lan Sheng, the Yan clan's heavenly emperor, the Lan clan's ancestor, and the others were furious, but they could only endure it. Let's go. The old ancestor of the Lan clan shouted coldly. He turned around and was about to leave. Lan Sheng and the others did the same. Wait. Lu Ming's voice sounded. The Lan clan's ancestor and the others stopped. What else do you want? Lan Sheng held back his anger and asked. The Lan clan's patriarch is really forgetful. I won first place, so where are the 100 chaos stones? Give them to me. Lu Ming said indifferently. You, Lan Sheng almost vomited blood. Lu Ming had killed so many people from the Lan clan today, and now, he was asking him for chaos stones. That was ridiculous. What? The Lan clan said it yourself. Are you going to deny it? Are you talking nonsense? Or are you playing the others like monkeys? Lu Ming said indifferently. Lan Sheng was about to explode. Give it to him. The Lan clan's ancestor said. In the end, Lan Sheng had no choice but to take out a storage ring and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and saw that there were 100 chaos stones in it. Thank you, thank you. These chaos stones can help me improve my cultivation. Haha. Lu Ming laughed. Lan Sheng's eyelids and lips trembled. Thank you, my ass. If it wasn't for the situation, why would he give 100 chaos stones to Lu Ming? That was prepared for Xianyuan Yi. Let's go. Lan Sheng squeezed out a word from the depths of his throat and turned to leave. The people from the Lan clan, the Yen clan, and the forces related to the Lan clan left one after another and entered the large palace in the depths of the Lan clan. Lu Ming didn't let Tu Yi, Jin Yi, and the other body cultivators stay. With their strength, they were enough to flatten the Lan clan. However, the Lan clan and the Yen clan were great forces after all. They had an ancient heritage and a few heavenly emperors. To the heaven realm, they were still very useful. If Lu Ming completely flattened the Lan clan because of Bai Tai, he would probably be stopped by the other heavenly emperors in the heaven realm. Moreover, the Lan clan's ancestor was a peerless expert. If he ran away desperately, they had no confidence in stopping him. However, if a crazy peerless expert took revenge, it would be too terrifying. But now, the other party was wary of Lu Ming's strength and definitely wouldn't dare to take revenge. At least, they wouldn't dare to take revenge openly. All around, everyone sighed. They didn't expect that today's matter would evolve like this. Today, the Lan clan was originally the main character, and Xianyuan Yi was the main character. Xianyuan Yi defeated Lin Xiaofeng and stepped onto the peak, becoming the #1 genius in the world. But everything, because of the appearance of Lu Ming, had undergone an earth-shaking change. In the end, the Lan clan and the Yen clan suffered heavy losses and left dejectedly. Lu Ming became the only main character today. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, long time no see. Monk Wuliang rushed out, his face full of smiles. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also stepped out and came to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming greeted everyone one by one. Brother Long, this is for you. A jade bracelet appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he handed it to Long Chen. This was Long Chen's fiancée, Xian Yanlin, who asked Lu Ming to bring it to Long Chen. When Lu Ming was in the Divine Wilderness continent, he had taken the time to meet Xian Yanlin and told her about Long Chen's current situation. She asked Lu Ming to give Long Chen a bracelet. Long Chen's gaze trembled as he took the bracelet and cupped his fists to Lu Ming, saying, "Thank you. You're welcome. Xian Yanlin asked me to bring a message to you. She said that she will wait for you, no matter how many years it takes." Lu Ming said. Long Chen didn't say much, but there were tears in his tiger eyes. Father. Chapter 23-32. Shen Huang. Lu Ming looked over and asked, "Where's your mother now?" "She's in the Grand Pure Heaven domain, not far from here." Lu Shenhuang said. "All right, let's leave this place first." "Take me to your mother," Lu Ming said. Then, they left Blue Moon City. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming, Long Chen, Tu Yi, Jin Yi, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu, and the others bade farewell and headed in a certain direction with Lu Shenhuang. Along the way, the father and son chatted a lot. Lu Ming also learned that Xian Yanqing had come to the Taiqing heavenly domain more than 10 years ago. All these years, he had been cultivating in the Taiqing heavenly domain and imparted cultivation to Lu Shenhuang. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. In just 10 years, Xian Yanqing was able to raise Lu Shenhuang's cultivation to the 3-star illusionary emperor realm, and his battle strength was even more shocking. Lu Shenhuang's talent was undoubtedly shocking, but it had a lot to do with Xian Yanqing's teaching method. "Shenhuang, has there been anything unusual with your mother over the years?" Lu Ming asked. Yes. Lu Shenhuang nodded with a solemn expression and said, Mother, there seems to be two people in my body. Sometimes they love me, sometimes they are as cold as ice, but they have one thing in common, which is that they teach me cultivation seriously. Is that so? Lu Ming murmured with a heavy heart. He remembered that Xianyinxing was also like this in the land of infinite demons. The day before, they were fine, but later, they wanted to kill him, as if they were different people. Lu Ming still did not know what was going on. It was exactly the same as what Lu Shenhuang said. The two chatted as they hurried along. It was the first time the father and son met. They were a little distant at first, but as they chatted, they felt that their relationship had become much closer. They were very fast. A few days later, they arrived in a mountain range. There was a lake at the top of the highest mountain. The lake was like a mirror that adorned the peak of the mountain, making this place look like a paradise. There was a figure standing on the shore of the lake. Her black dress fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of jade-like beautiful legs that were slender and straight. Her long black hair reached her waist and fluttered in the wind, making her look like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Shao Qing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as joy filled his heart. That figure was definitely Xianyinxing. Lu Ming would never mistake it. Even if it was just a back view, Lu Ming would never forget it. It had been more than 10 years. It had been more than 10 years since they parted in the land of all demons. Mother! Lu Shenhuang shouted and flew towards Xianyinxing. Divine Wilderness, you're back. What did you gain from this trip? What kind of prodigy did he encounter? Xianyinxing spoke. Her clear and melodious voice rang out, and then she turned around. She looked exactly the same as before. After more than 10 years, Xianyinxing's face had not changed at all. She was still as beautiful as ever. Lu Ming looked at Xianyinxing in a daze. When Xianyinxing turned around, she also saw Lu Ming. Her words came to an abrupt halt as she looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming, Xianyinxing whispered as if she could not believe that she would meet Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming came with Lu Shenhuang. This was beyond her expectations. Mother, look who I brought. Lu Shenhuang flew over. Lu Ming. Xianyinxing whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. She missed him dearly. Then, she stepped into the air and flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming also flew over. However, when Xianyinxing was halfway there, her delicate body trembled. At this moment, her eyes changed and became as cold as a knife. When she looked at Lu Ming, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Despicable ant, die. A cold voice came out of Xianyinxing's mouth. A jet-black sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. Xianyinxing's move was a fatal threat to him. He felt that if he was hit by this move, he would definitely die. Retreat. Lu Ming retreated. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, the black sword gleam was like an awl attached to a bone. It followed closely behind Lu Ming and was even faster than him. Block. A spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. This long spear was formed by intertwining 9 types of laws. It was Lu Ming's most powerful ability, Infinite Dragon Spear. At the same time, the power of Lu Ming's physical body and the power of the world erupted. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spear vibrated as Lu Ming thrust out several hundred times. Several hundred spear lights pierced towards the jet-black sword light. This could be considered Lu Ming's strongest attack at the moment. No true emperor could stop this move. Boom! 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 Hundreds of spear auras continuously bombarded the jet-black sword aura, causing continuous explosions. However, the jet-black sword light was incomparably sharp. Lu Ming's spear lights were shattered inch by inch and swept away. Whoosh! Even though Lu Ming tried his best to resist and retreat at the same time, a ray of light still swept past Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had activated the indestructible golden body and the defensive power of his physical body, he could not withstand the attack. His body was almost slashed into two. There was a deep wound and even his bones were broken. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Great Emperor. He could clearly sense that Xian Yanqing's cultivation had reached the Great Emperor realm. This speed was too fast. One had to know that Lu Ming's cultivation speed was astonishing. It could be said that he was advancing at a tremendous pace. However, Xian Yanqing's speed was even faster than his. He had entered the Great Emperor realm. Coupled with his terrifying strength, Lu Ming was no match for him. The difference was too great. Die. When Xian Yanqing saw that she did not manage to kill Lu Ming with one blow, she revealed a trace of surprise. With a shout, she charged towards Lu Ming again. Mother, don't. At this moment, Lu Shenhuang shouted and rushed over in a panic. Hearing Lu Shenhuang's voice, Xian Yanqing's body trembled. She stopped chasing and her eyes were filled with struggle. Mother, don't kill father, don't. Lu Shenhuang shouted and rushed over, blocking in front of Xian Yanqing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. His wounds healed at an astonishing speed. Little Qing, wake up, it's me. Lu Ming shouted. Mother, it's father. Lu Shenhuang also shouted. The struggle in Xian Yanqing's eyes became more and more intense. In the end, she shouted, Lu Ming, leave now. With that, Xian Yanqing turned and left. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Little Qing. Lu Ming shouted and chased after her. However, Xian Yanqing was too fast. At this moment, Xian Yanqing's figure was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, what's going on? Lu Ming roared. He couldn't figure it out. Xian Yanqing's situation didn't seem like she had been possessed. When they first met, she was indeed Xian Yanqing, just like before. But immediately, she seemed to have changed into another person. Chapter 23:33. The father and son stood there and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Lu Ming. At this moment, a voice sounded. Lu Ming turned around and saw a graceful figure in a long white dress. She looked almost the same as Xian Yanqing. She was unparalleled in her beauty. Xian Yanjuan. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. He never thought that Xian Yanjuan would be nearby. Back at Yuan Mountain, Lu Ming went to the ancient sacred tribe to find Xian Yanjuan. His purpose was to inquire about Xian Yanqing, but the people of the ancient sacred tribe told him that Xian Yanjuan had left and no one knew where he went. It turned out that Xian Yanjuan had also come to the heaven world. Aunt. Lu Shenhuang smiled and flew over. Obviously, Lu Shenhuang and Xian Yanjuan had known each other for a long time. Xian Yanjuan stepped in the air and arrived in front of Lu Ming. He curiously looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Xian Yanjuan smiled. Not as good as you. Lu Ming said. He looked at Xian Yanjuan and the surprise in his eyes became stronger. Unfathomable. In his eyes, Xian Yanjuan was unfathomable. He had no idea what Xian Yanjuan's current cultivation level was. However, it was definitely not a true emperor. It was definitely above a true emperor. The Great Emperor realm. It was very likely that Xian Yanjuan's cultivation was also in the Great Emperor realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan's cultivation speed be so fast? One had to know that Lu Ming had experienced countless dangers to reach his current cultivation level. The other geniuses from Heaven World were even weaker. For example, Xianyuan Yi only had the strength of a 15th level true emperor. However, he was the strongest outside of Lu Ming. However, Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan were around the same age as Lu Ming and the others, but they had already broken through to the Great Emperor realm. If news of this were to spread, it would probably scare people to death. Lu Ming, do you really want to know why Xian Yanqing is like this now? Xian Yanjuan said with a smile. You know? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course I know. Let's go to the side and talk. Little guy, don't follow me. Xian Yanjuan said one last sentence to Lu Shenhuang and then stepped towards the center of the lake. Lu Ming followed. The two came to the center of the lake and stood on the surface. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanjuan and waited for her answer. Do you know about past and present life? Xian Yanjuan asked. Past and present life? Lu Ming was stunned. Xian Yanjuan did not answer and only looked at Lu Ming with a smile. You mean reincarnation, past and present life? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Reincarnation, past and present life. Xian Yanjuan nodded. How is that possible? As far as I know, although there is the law of reincarnation in this world, no one can reincarnate. Once they fall, their body will die and their Tao will disappear. Everything will become nothing. Lu Ming said. At Lu Ming's current cultivation, he understood more. No one in this world could reincarnate. At most, one could seize another's body. Even a peak heavenly emperor invincible powerhouse could not reincarnate. Moreover, Lu Ming had also asked reincarnation heavenly emperor back then. Reincarnation heavenly emperor also gave a similar answer. No reincarnation, that's because those people are too weak. As long as the cultivation realm is there, everything is possible. Xian Yanjuan said, revealing a trace of faint disdain. Lu Ming was tongue-tied, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Too weak, a peak heavenly emperor invincible powerhouse was too weak in Xian Yanjuan's words. A peak heavenly emperor was already an invincible powerhouse in this world. According to Lu Ming's current knowledge, it seemed that only the ancestral dragon was above the heavenly emperor. Could it be that above the heavenly emperor, there was reincarnation? You're saying that little Qing is the reincarnation of a powerhouse, and now the memories of her past life have awakened? With Lu Ming's wisdom, he immediately thought of a lot. That's right, Xian Yanqing is indeed the reincarnation of a powerhouse. Moreover, the memories of her past life have already awakened. This is also why when you see Xian Yanqing, it's like there are two people in her body. Originally, the awakening of the memories of the past life has to be fused with the memories of this life. In the end, with the memories of the past life as the main force, she will once again embark on the supreme path, and even surpass the past life. There is also a great possibility. However, Xian Yanqing is unwilling to fuse the past life with this life. Because once fused, the memories of the past life will be the main force. At that time, I'm afraid that Xian Yanqing will not be the current Xian Yanqing. Therefore, the current situation will occur. Xian Yanjuan explained. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. After listening to Xian Yanjuan's explanation, Lu Ming suddenly understood. There was actually reincarnation in the world, and Xian Yanqing had awakened the memories of her past life, but she was unwilling to fuse the memories of her past life with this life. Xian Yanqing was definitely unwilling to fuse because she couldn't let go. Therefore, it was like there were two people in Xian Yanqing's body. One moment, she was controlled by the memories of her past life, and the other moment, she was controlled by the memories of this life. Xian Yanqing's past life must have been an incomparably powerful powerhouse, but her body was taken by Lu Ming, and her chastity was taken away. She felt humiliated, so when she saw Lu Ming, she wanted to kill Lu Ming. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Also, back in the Devil's Sea in the land of infinite devils, those black-robed men had seized the ancient demon coffin and placed Xian Yanqing inside. It was very likely that they had helped Xian Yanqing awaken the memories of her past life. Lu Ming had figured everything out. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a deep breath, looked at Xian Yanjuan, and said, "You are also the reincarnation of a powerhouse, right?" "That's right. And in my previous life, Xian Yanqing and I were also sisters." Xian Yanjuan smiled. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. In his previous life, Xian Yinjuan and Xian Yinqing were actually sisters, and they had both reincarnated. After reincarnating, they were also sisters. No wonder the two of them looked so similar. And it was obvious that Xian Yinjuan's memories of her past life had already fused. However, in the history of the Heaven Realm, were there such two powerhouses? What realm were you in your previous life? Could it be the realm above the Celestial Emperor? Lu Ming was extremely puzzled, and more questions emerged in his heart. Above the Celestial Emperor? Forget it, let's not talk about this. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. I'll teach you how to help Xian Yinqing. Xian Yinjuan said. You have a way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course, you just need to help her and let her memories of her past life fuse. Xian Yinjuan said. No, according to what you said, the past life will be the dominant one in the fusion of the memories of the past life. At that time, Shaoqing will not be Shaoqing. No. Lu Ming shook his head. This was hard for him to accept. Who said that the previous life must be the dominant one after the fusion? Xian Yinjuan curled her lips and said, now, Xian Yinqing's two memories are fighting for control. As long as one of them has the upper hand and devours the other's memory with an absolute advantage, then the winner will naturally be the dominant one. For example, Xian Yinqing's memory of this life has the upper hand and devours the memory of her past life. That means that she only has an extra memory, and it has no effect on her personality. Xian Yinqing is still Xian Yinqing, understand? Chapter 23:34. Lu Ming nodded. He could understand this point. Just like when he merged with some of the 9 dragons' memory fragments, it did not affect him. He only gained some extra memories, but he was still him. He would not become another person. It was the same for Xian Yinqing. As long as Xian Yinqing's memories of this life took the upper hand and devoured the memories of her previous life, then it would be equivalent to her gaining a few more memories. Not only would she be fine, but she would also obtain a great opportunity. What should I do to make Xian Yinqing's memories of this life devour her memories of her previous life? Lu Ming asked. It's very simple. Xian Yinjuan smiled slyly and said, actually, you have a great advantage now. You have a son, Xian Yinqing's, and your son. With a son by your side, Xian Yinqing's memories of this life will be greatly affected. It will make her more obsessed and unwilling to let go. It is also because of this that her memories of this life are not merged with the memories of her previous life. In the future, as long as you can stay by Xian Yinqing's side and accompany her more, her obsession will naturally become stronger. You can even sleep with her more often. Her memories of this life will naturally take over and devour her memories of her previous life. Lu Ming was a little confused. Sleep with her more often? It was that simple? How is it? Do you feel very happy? The method I taught you is not bad, right? Xian Yinjuan smiled. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Her memories of her previous life make her hate me to death. I'm afraid she will kill me before I can even get close to her, let alone sleep with her. Lu Ming touched his nose and said. Therefore, your cultivation is too weak. In the future, cultivate well. As long as your cultivation surpasses Xian Yinqing, you will be able to suppress her and subdue her. Then, you will be able to do whatever you want. Xian Yinjuan smiled slyly. Lu Ming was completely speechless. He felt immense pressure. The main reason was that Xian Yinqing's cultivation speed was too fast. She was the reincarnation of an unknown powerful expert. Even if her memories of her previous life and this life were not merged, her cultivation speed was still astonishing. Now, she was already in the Great Emperor realm. It was too difficult for Lu Ming to catch up or even surpass Xian Yinqing. Other than this method, is there no other way? Lu Ming did not give up and asked. There is no other way. Xian Yinjuan shook his head. So, little Qing won't recover in a short time? Lu Ming asked again. Yes. Xian Yinjuan nodded. Lu Ming sighed helplessly. At the end of the day, his cultivation level was too weak. Why are you helping me? After a while, Lu Ming asked curiously. It's very simple. Once Xian Yanqing's memories of this life and her previous life's memories are devoured, her cultivation speed will definitely drop. In the future, she will no longer be my opponent. He. As she spoke, Xian Yanjuan giggled. Lu Ming was speechless. So this was the reason. By letting the memories of her previous life take over, Xian Yanqing would become a terrifying expert. Her cultivation speed would naturally be astonishing. However, if the memories of this life devoured the memories of her previous life, she would only gain a few more memories. Although it was a supreme opportunity, there would still be a huge gap. In the end, Lu Ming stayed here and accompanied Lu Shenhuang for a while, giving him some cultivation resources. Lu Shenhuang did not cultivate the law system, but Xian Yanqing's system. Lu Ming had never seen it before, but it was extremely exquisite and powerful. Lu Ming stayed for another month, but during this month, Xian Yanqing did not appear. Lu Ming was helpless. After a month, Lu Ming left. Lu Shenhuang did not leave with Lu Ming. He continued to stay by Xian Yanqing's side. Cultivate. I must speed up my cultivation speed and help little Qing's memories of this life devour the memories of her previous life. On the way back, Lu Ming swore to himself. Originally, he thought that his cultivation speed was already very fast. Previously, he had defeated Xianyuan Yi and suppressed all the elites to obtain first place. This made him feel like he was standing at the peak. But now, he had a lot of pressure. Because of Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's cultivation speed was faster than his. To catch up or even surpass Xian Yanqing was easier said than done. This forced Lu Ming to constantly move forward. Not long after, Lu Ming contacted Tu Yi and the others. Lu Ming brought Tu Yi and the rest, as well as the body cultivators, back to Two World City. With the addition of these experts, Two World City's strength increased greatly. The news of the battle in Blue Moon City had already spread throughout the Grand Pure Sky domain. Lu Ming's reputation had reached its peak. After defeating Xianyuan Yi, Lu Ming stood at the peak of the younger generation without a doubt. And behind Lu Ming, stood a shocking number of heavenly emperors. Without a doubt, Lu Ming already had a great influence in the heaven domain, even greater than some heavenly emperors. After Lu Ming returned to Two World City, he devoted himself to cultivation. As for Long Chen, Huang Ling, Bubbles, and the others, they also came to Two World City to cultivate. Sometimes, they would go to the battlefield outside Two World City to train themselves. In addition, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, Tian Ming, and the other geniuses of the heaven domain, including Jiu Ju, were all cultivating with all their might. The battle in Blue Moon City showed them Lu Ming's battle strength. Lu Ming brought them unimaginable pressure, making them understand their own shortcomings, forcing all the geniuses to cultivate with all their might. In this great era where geniuses were as common as clouds, if one stagnated or did not improve fast enough, they would be surpassed and crushed by others. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. 5 years was just a blink of an eye for some heavenly emperors. However, 5 years was of great significance to geniuses like Lu Ming and the rest. In these 5 years, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects. First, Lu Ming had cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious art to the late 4th level. This allowed Lu Ming's physical strength to skyrocket. Now, Lu Ming could defeat and even kill an 18th level true emperor with just his physical strength. This was purely the power of his physical body. However, the drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart was almost used up, leaving only a little bit. Moreover, Lu Ming's remaining laws had all reached the 3rd level. Lu Ming's 9 laws had all reached the 3rd level. In the last few years, Lu Ming had refined the 100 chaos stones he got from the Lan clan. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached peak 6-star true emperor, not far from reaching 7-star true emperor. This was an all-around improvement. Lu Ming didn't know how strong he was now. In any case, he could kill an 18th level true emperor with a flick of his finger. I wonder how strong I am compared to a Grand Emperor right now? Lu Ming pondered. A Grand Emperor was much stronger than a true Emperor. A Great Emperor had cultivated all 9 types of laws to the 3rd level, and then used the 9 types of laws to evolve into a Great Tao. Chapter 23:35. Thus, Lu Ming was curious to see if he could fight against a Grand Emperor. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and flew in the direction of the Two-World City. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at a spacious area. It was a drill ground of Two-World City. Usually, the army and experts of Two-World City would train here. From afar, Lu Ming saw a few huge light shields. They were like a few big bowls that were placed upside down on the ground. Around the light barrier, there were many different living beings. There were humans and divine beasts. Lu Ming looked over and saw more than 10 true dragons circling around the body, suspended in the air and looking seriously at one of the light shields. There were also 9 phoenixes and more than 10 cheilants. Divine beasts that were rarely seen in other places could be seen everywhere. It wasn't just a rumor that half of the Grand Pure Celestial Realm's experts were gathered in Two-World City. Boom! Boom! Intense rumbling sounds could be heard coming from several of the light shields. There were people fighting inside. Lu Ming flew over and came to one of the light shields. Inside, there was a human expert and a gigantic heavenly snake. They were fighting and killing each other. Both of them were true emperors at the 15th level. They were considered top experts among true emperors. The beings around the barriers were all true emperors. This is the place where true emperors compete. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These light shields were like fighting rings. They were places for the experts of Two-World City to fight against each other and train themselves. The barriers were formed by formations and were sturdy and indestructible. They could unleash their full power in battle. After all, it was too dangerous to train outside the city. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Therefore, many people fought and killed each other here to train themselves. Of course, the effect wasn't as good as on the battlefield because they couldn't kill their opponents here. At most, they would be heavily injured. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Many people recognized Lu Ming as soon as he arrived, causing a commotion. Many people's expressions changed. Could it be that Lu Ming was going to make a move? No true emperor was a match for Lu Ming. 5 years ago, Lu Ming was already able to kill a true emperor with ease. Now that 5 years had passed, Lu Ming must have become even more unfathomable. However, Lu Ming did not plan to make a move. He wasn't interested in the true emperor realm since it wouldn't do him any good. Lu Ming looked at it for a while before walking towards another light shield. The range of this light shield was more than 10 times larger than the previous one. Light flowed and flickered with a metallic luster. Inside, there were 2 figures clashing against each other. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. Streams of energy shot out in all directions, but they were all blocked by the light barrier. The light barrier continued to vibrate, but it did not shatter. Great Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The people fighting inside the light barrier were all Emperor Realm experts. There were also some people watching around the light barrier, but the number was much smaller. In the heaven world, there were many true emperors, no less than void emperors. As long as one broke through to void emperor, it wasn't particularly difficult to break through to true emperor. As long as 3 types of laws reached the 2nd realm, one's cultivation would reach the peak of 7-star void emperor. As long as one's talent wasn't too bad, it wouldn't be difficult to break through after a long time. However, to break through to great emperor, it wasn't something that could be achieved through patience. The prerequisite for breaking through to great emperor was to have 9 types of laws at the 3rd realm. Moreover, at least one of them had to be a King Dao law. Those who weren't talented enough wouldn't be able to reach this step in their lifetime. Not to mention comprehending the great Dao with 9 types of laws. There might not even be one great emperor among 100 true emperors. Great emperors were considered top-notch experts in the heaven world. They would be respected wherever they went. Therefore, it was normal that there were few great emperors here. Lu Ming, seeing Lu Ming coming over, the great emperor's eyes moved. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to spar with the great emperor? The great emperors weren't the only ones who thought so. The true emperors also thought so. Lu Ming went to the battlefield of the great emperors. Could it be that he wants to spar with a great emperor? Someone exclaimed in the true emperor's area. Impossible. The difference between true emperors and great emperors is too big. Even if Lu Ming could easily kill an 18th level true emperor, it would be difficult for him to fight against a great emperor. In history, there has never been a true emperor who could fight against a great emperor. Let's go and take a look. Many true emperors flew towards the battlefield of the great emperors. Even the battlefield of the void emperors further away was alarmed. Many void emperors also flew over to watch from afar. Lu Ming didn't say anything as he stared at the two people inside the light barrier. The two people inside the light barrier should be two-star great emperors. The battle was extremely intense. Boom! Boom! The two of them controlled the power of the Grand Tao and continuously attacked each other. Not long after, the two of them were evenly matched. It was considered a draw and they retreated from the light barrier. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? Are you looking for a great emperor to spar with? At this moment, a voice rang out, and a burly middle-aged man walked over. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. He didn't hide anything. He had come to find a great emperor to spar with to test his fighting power. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to spar with a great emperor. What great confidence. A true emperor fighting against a great emperor? He, I have never heard of such a thing. Aren't you too arrogant? The middle-aged man sneered with a hint of mockery. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. This person mocked him as soon as he arrived. It seemed like he was unhappy with him. Which force is he from? Lu Ming pondered. What's your cultivation? Lu Ming asked. 1-star great emperor. The middle-aged man replied. All right, it's you then. I challenge you now. Come in and fight. Lu Ming was very direct and directly challenged the other party. Having said that, he stepped into the light barrier. The light barrier wouldn't have any reaction when one entered from the outside. However, if one was attacked from the inside, the light barrier would produce a strong defensive force. Seeing that Lu Ming dared to challenge him, the middle-aged man's eyes emitted a cold light. Everyone, Lu Ming is too arrogant and arrogant. He challenged me first. I didn't bully the young and the weak. The middle-aged man said excitedly. He originally wanted to find a reason to challenge Lu Ming. He didn't expect Lu Ming to challenge him first. This was exactly what he wanted. Although he was only a 1-star great emperor and had only comprehended an ordinary Grand Tao, he was confident that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. A great emperor was far from being comparable to a true emperor. Even the top prodigies with 1 supreme law and 8 monarch laws at the 3rd level only had the battle prowess of an 18th order true emperor. Even the weakest great emperor was much stronger than an 18th level true emperor. Chapter 23:36. Everyone present was shocked. They did not expect Lu Ming to really want to fight with a great emperor. Moreover, he took the initiative to issue a challenge. A true emperor against a grand emperor, this was enough to shock the world. Boom. The middle-aged burly man took a step forward and entered the light shield, standing opposite Lu Ming. Who do you think will win, Lu Ming or Lan Jie? A few people whispered outside. I think Lan Jie will win. Lu Ming is strong and could easily kill an 18th level true emperor 5 years ago. However, the difference between a true emperor and a grand emperor is too great. I've never heard of a true emperor being able to fight against a grand emperor. Even the strongest true emperor isn't a match for the weakest grand emperor. That's right, Lu Ming is definitely not a match for Lan Jie. I think Lu Ming will be defeated within 20 moves. 20 moves? If Lu Ming hasn't improved in the past 5 years, I think he won't even last 10 moves. Many people were discussing, but no one thought that Lu Ming would be able to fight with a great emperor. This was because the gap between them was too great. Lan Jie? Looks like you're from the Lan clan. Lu Ming said indifferently with a cold glint in his eyes. No wonder Lan Jie mocked him the moment he appeared. So he was from the Lan clan. That's right, Lu Ming, you're too arrogant. Even though I can't kill you here, no one will say anything if I torture you. Lan Jie said ferociously. Is that so? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then let's see what the number 1 genius of Heaven World is capable of. Lanya said coldly. With a loud bang, Lanya's figure dashed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. He threw a punch at Lu Ming, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. At this moment, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and unleashed the power of his physique and world. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Lu Ming struck out with his palm. This palm was surrounded by 6 different lights, containing 6 different laws. The laws of primal chaos, the laws of death, the laws of devour, the laws of tools, the laws of array, and the laws of alchemy. This was a type of divine ability. Lu Ming had obtained an advanced version of the primal chaos ancient scripture, which contained many divine abilities and laws. One of the palm techniques contained 9 types of laws. It was the evolved version of the chaotic divine palm. However, of the 9 laws, Lu Ming had only cultivated 4 of them. Over the years, Lu Ming had improved them, incorporating the laws of death and other laws into Lu Ming's unique divine ability, making it even more powerful. What Lu Ming was using now was exactly this kind of mystique. Boom! Lu Ming's palm collided with Lan Ye's fist and there was an earth-shattering explosion. A terrifying force shot out in all directions from the collision of the 2 people's fists and palms. It bombarded the light shield but was blocked by the light shield. Bang! Bang! Both of their bodies trembled, and then they retreated a dozen or so steps, causing the ground to rumble and explode. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. In the first move, Lu Ming actually blocked the attack of the blue membrane. The 2 of them were evenly matched. How was this possible? Lan Yi hasn't used his full strength yet, it's only a probing attack. A Grand Emperor spoke. A Grand Emperor being forced back by a true Emperor was a great loss of face. Even the other Grand Emperors felt ashamed. Lan Yi was enraged inside the light barrier. He had been forced back by a true Emperor. This had never happened before. Lu Ming, you've successfully angered me. Die! Lan Ji roared. His body was like a cannonball, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Both his fists bombarded Lu Ming continuously. Before his fists reached Lu Ming, there was already a terrifying pressure that suppressed Lu Ming. This was the pressure of the Grand Tao. Great emperors could control the Great Tao and borrow the power of the Great Tao. The Grand Tao was a type of profundity that was even stronger than the laws. Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all and countered with a palm strike. This time, another law appeared in Lu Ming's hand. 7 laws. Bang! Bang! The 2 continued to clash and exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. It was still a stalemate. The power of the Grand Tao is truly frightening. During the battle, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming's current abilities contained 7 laws, but they were in imminent danger under the onslaught of the Grand Tao. It felt as if they would be torn apart at any moment. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's powerful physical body, he wouldn't have been able to contend against the opponent. The 2 fought with speed and continued to clash. Terrifying shockwaves slammed into the light barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Damn it! Lanya roared. After so many moves, he still couldn't take down Lu Ming. It made him feel humiliated. If he couldn't defeat Lu Ming today, he would definitely become a laughing stock among the Grand Emperors. On the contrary, he helped Lu Ming and made Lu Ming's reputation even higher. Roar! Suddenly, a shocking roar came from Lanya's body. Above his head, a huge lion appeared. It was a golden lion. Its fur was golden and dazzling. It was majestic and extraordinary. This wasn't a real lion, but a kind of divine ability. It was a divine ability condensed from the Grand Tao. This lion was covered in Lanya's body. Lanya was in the middle of the lion as if he had transformed into a golden lion. Roar! The golden lion roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Finally using your ultimate move? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. At this moment, 9 types of radiance spread out from Lu Ming's palm. 9 types of laws were all used. This divine ability was no weaker than the infinite dragon spear. It was most suitable for close combat. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure also dashed out. He struck with his palm and the void directly shattered, revealing a pitch-black void space. His palms seemed to be able to pierce through space. Meanwhile, Lanya swung his lion claw at Lu Ming. Boom! The two collided again. This time, the explosion was even more intense. A terrifying force was generated. But the result was still a draw. Both of them were forced to retreat. Impossible! Lanya roared in disbelief. He had used all of his strength but still couldn't take down Lu Ming. This shocked him. He roared angrily and charged toward Lu Ming. The two of them were engaged in an intense fight. As for the spectators outside the light shield, they were all stunned. They were also extremely shocked. Oh heavens, Lu Ming can actually fight Lanya. He's not at a disadvantage at all. This is too scary. He's only a true emperor. How can he be this strong? What's going on? They're all true emperors but they can't even withstand a single blow from him. Many people found it hard to believe. It was a fact that true emperors were no match for grand emperors. But now, this truth was broken. Lu Ming's true emperor cultivation wasn't any weaker than a grand emperor. This was indeed a freak who used multiple laws to become an emperor. He couldn't be measured by common sense. Chapter 23:37. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still a stalemate. Great emperors are indeed extraordinary. This Lan Jie should only have comprehended an ordinary great Tao, but his power is so strong. I wonder how powerful the strongest great Tao is? Lu Ming's mind was filled with various thoughts. Great Tao was divided into 2 types. In the true emperor realm, those who did not comprehend the strongest law and only used the monarch law and ordinary law to form a great Tao were called ordinary great Tao. As for those who had comprehended an ultimate law, they would use one ultimate law to create a great Tao that was derived from the laws of the monarch Tao. Within the same level, the strongest great Tao was much stronger than the ordinary great Tao. Lan Jie had only comprehended an ordinary great Tao and was a 1-star great emperor. He was considered weak among great emperors. If a 1-star great emperor who comprehended the strongest great Tao came, Lu Ming would not be able to defeat him. Then let's change the way of fighting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and his attack suddenly changed. He attacked with all his might and did not care about defense. This was a desperate fighting style. Lu Ming's attack suddenly increased, suppressing the blue membrane in an instant. Damn it, you don't care about defense. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Die. Lan Jie roared and gave up on defense to attack with all his might. Most people would reserve some strength for defense when fighting with others. Now that he attacked with all his might, both of them were hit. Bam! Bam! Lan Jie's fist landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming's palm also landed on Lan Jie's shoulder. Both of their bodies trembled and retreated frantically. The difference was that there was a dent in Lu Ming's shoulder. However, there was no blood flowing out and the wound was recovering quickly. Lan Jie was in a much worse state. His shoulder seemed to have been slashed by a saber and almost chopped off his arm. A deep wound appeared and blood flowed out. Even his bones were broken. Lan Jie's face was pale. Although the recovery ability of a great emperor was amazing, it could not be compared to Lu Ming's. Die. Lu Ming didn't give the blue membrane any time to recover and launched another attack. His blue membrane was injured, and one of his arms was almost unable to move. His battle prowess was greatly reduced, and for a time, he was completely at a disadvantage. He was no match for Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! After that, Lan Jin was hit continuously by Lu Ming's attacks until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Although he had also hit Lu Ming was not seriously injured and his combat strength was not affected. Indestructible ancient scripture. Lan Ji roared out, extremely unwilling. He knew that Lu Ming was using the indestructible ancient scripture, so he was not afraid of being injured. Bang! This distraction gave Lu Ming another opportunity to land a palm strike on Lanya's face. Lanya let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying. Blood mixed with his teeth as he flew far away and crashed into the light barrier. Lan Jin's brain was buzzing. He was completely stunned. Of course, Lu Ming wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He rushed forward and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on Lan Jin's face and body. Lan Jin was like a punching bag that took dozens of blows from Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. After a few dozen moves, Lan Jin was sent flying and fell to the ground. He was covered in blood as he lay there twitching non-stop. Hiss, gasps could be heard. Void, True, and Grand Emperors outside the light barrier all had their mouths agape. Their hearts were in turmoil. A Grand Emperor was defeated by a young True Emperor. Moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. He had been abused so badly that he did not even look human anymore. Even his mother could not recognize him. What a tragedy. Needless to say, Lan Jin would become a laughingstock while Lu Ming's reputation would be pushed to the peak. A true emperor defeating a grand emperor was breaking the truth and creating a miracle. Not bad, I enjoyed myself today. Lu Ming laughed. He had basically figured out his own combat strength. He was probably on par with the weakest Grand Emperor. Of course, he could use the indestructible ancient scripture and go all out to suppress Lan Jin. He should be able to compete with a one-star Great Emperor who had comprehended the strongest Grand Tao. His main goal in this battle was to test his strength. Now that the results were out, Lu Ming planned to leave. Initially, Lan Jia was a little more clear-headed. After hearing Lu Ming's words, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared and fainted. He fainted. Lu Ming curled his lips and stepped out of the light barrier. When the others saw Lu Ming coming out, they automatically made way for him. This was a kind of invisible power. Lu Ming was so young, but his combat strength had already reached the Great Emperor realm. In a few more years, he would definitely become an invincible overlord in the future. Lu Ming left the place and returned to his residence. With a thought, his soul materialized in the small world. He appeared on top of a mountain peak and looked into the distance. The current lesser world had a radius of 600,000 miles. It was vast and boundless. Moreover, Lu Ming had planted many spiritual herbs and sacred herbs in the lesser world. He had also scattered the seeds of various plants. Now, there were many places in the lesser world that were covered in lush green grass and all kinds of flowers. There were also some small trees in some places. The lesser world was still young and there were no big trees yet. Similarly, there were no animals or demonic beasts. However, the lesser world was becoming more and more similar to the outside world. Lu Ming planned to let some animals and demonic beasts into the lesser world in the future. That way, it would be no different from the outside world. Of course, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved rapidly, but there were still large areas that were dead and lifeless. This required time for the plants in the lesser world to slowly reproduce. With a thought, Lu Ming came to the foot of the Tree of Enlightenment. The Enlightenment ancient tree was planted on a plain. It was now 500 meters tall. This was entirely the credit of the five-colored soil. The 500-meter-tall Enlightenment ancient tree pierced straight through the sky. The tree trunk was incomparably thick. Between the branches, there was great Tao lingering. Cultivating here, the speed of comprehending laws would be greatly enhanced. With the martial Tao ancient tree as the center, this plain was covered in lush green grass and clusters of fresh flowers, their fragrance assailing the nostrils. It was mainly because of the five-colored soil. The vegetation in this area was exceptionally strong. There were also many spiritual herbs and sacred herbs, their medicinal fragrance also assailing the nostrils. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and cultivated quietly. And regarding the matter of Lu Ming defeating Lan Mo, it was spreading out with the speed of a whirlwind. But those who heard this news were first stunned, then overjoyed, amazed, jealous, roaring, all kinds of expressions, all kinds of emotions. Lu Ming stirred up another wave in the vast land of the grand pure sky domain. 7 days passed in a twinkle. On this day, Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu came to Lu Ming's residence. Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu did not conceal his aura. The moment he arrived, Lu Ming sensed it. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and met with Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu. Senior Hang Yu, I wonder what you came to find Lu Ming for? Lu Ming said with a slight smile. Lu Ming, I heard that you defeated Lan Mo, so I came to take a look. Ha ha ha, really impressive, even I was taken aback. Chapter 23:38. Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu was overjoyed. Lu Ming came from the primordial realm and he had a deep relationship with Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming's achievements made him happier than if he had made a breakthrough himself. Lu Ming, with your current strength, I'm afraid that training in Two World City won't do you any good. Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu said. I'm planning to cultivate for a while and raise my cultivation to the peak of the true Emperor realm before heading to the Great Emperor battlefield. Lu Ming said. Great Emperor battlefield? I'm afraid it won't do you any good. Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu said. Won't do you any good? Lu Ming was stunned. Wasn't there a lot of great emperors from both sides fighting and training in the Great Emperor battlefield? Now, there's no one in the Great Emperor battlefield. The great emperors from both sides have gone to the Void Sacred Island. Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu said. Void Sacred Island? Lu Ming was puzzled. It was his first time hearing this name. That's right. The Void Sacred Island is a mysterious place that was discovered a few years ago. It's located in the eternal void and contains countless treasures. Now, many great emperors have entered the Void Sacred Island. Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu explained. Even the foreign races can enter? Lu Ming asked. That's right. That Void God Island is located in the void, and floats there for eternity. Both sides can reach it, and it contains countless treasures. Heavenly materials, primordial stones, primeval stones, fragments of great Tao, imprints of the heavenly Tao, and even weapons of heavenly Tao. Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu's eyes were burning with passion as he spoke. There are even heavenly Tao weapons. Lu Ming was shocked. Heavenly Tao weapons were Heavenly Emperor weapons that contained the Heavenly Tao. Once a Heavenly Emperor controlled a Heavenly Emperor weapon and activated the Heavenly Tao's power, the Heavenly Emperor's combat strength would increase greatly. However, Heavenly Emperor weapons were extremely rare. Heavenly Emperor weapons weren't like Great Emperor weapons. Heavenly Emperors could forge Great Emperor weapons, and even some powerful Great Emperors could forge them. However, Heavenly Emperors couldn't forge Heavenly Tao weapons themselves. The Heavenly Emperor could only borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao. It was impossible for him to forge a weapon that contained the Heavenly Tao. A Celestial Emperor weapon could only be forged by a supreme expert who had surpassed the Celestial Emperor. In addition, there were also some Celestial Emperor weapons that contained the Heavenly Tao that could be nurtured in nature, but they were extremely few in number. In fact, the majority of Heavenly Emperors still used Great Emperor weapons and did not have any Heavenly Emperor weapons. Once a Heavenly Emperor gained control of a Heavenly Emperor weapon, the Heavenly Emperor's battle prowess would skyrocket. Therefore, the price of a Celestial Emperor armament was astonishingly high. Lu Ming hadn't expected the Void Sacred Island to contain a Celestial Emperor weapon. That's right, and there are definitely a lot of them. In the past few years, there have been people who have brought out Celestial Emperor weapons from there, causing a commotion. The fiery look in Heavenly Emperor Hang Yu's eyes became even more intense. He did not have a Celestial Emperor weapon either. For example, the Heavenly Monarch sword in Lu Ming's hand was not a Heavenly Monarch weapon. It was only a great monarch weapon and did not contain the heavenly Tao. Wouldn't even the celestial emperors be jealous of such a treasure land? What's the use of a great emperor going in? Lu Ming was puzzled. The void's sacred island contains an astonishing pressure that can suppress the heavenly Tao. Heavenly emperors can't enter at all. Only those below the heavenly emperor level can enter. Therefore, a great emperor is the most suitable to enter. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. What? It can even suppress the heavenly Tao? This. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. What was the highest in this world? It was the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao controlled all things in the world. All things in the world existed and evolved under the operation of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly emperors were the pinnacle of martial arts, but they could only borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. Now, Lu Ming heard that there was a pressure that could suppress the heavenly Tao. Naturally, he was incomparably shocked. Could it be the ancestral dragon's realm? Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he thought of the ancestral dragon. Dandan had once said that the ancestral dragon's realm had surpassed the heavenly emperor realm. It had reached a completely different realm, a supreme realm. Many people speculate that the void's sacred island was the dojo of a supreme figure in the distant past. It floated in the eternal void. Such a figure had already transcended the heavenly Tao, and even the heavenly Tao was suppressed by him. That's why there was such a terrifying pressure. This also explains why there are so many heavenly emperor weapons in the void's sacred island. Such a figure could definitely refine a heavenly emperor weapon. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu explained. Lu Ming was deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine such a dojo. It wouldn't be surprising if there were any treasures in it. I came this time to ask you if you want to go to the void's sacred island. However, the void's sacred island is very dangerous. There are already some dangerous places on the island. In addition, there are great emperors of the foreign races and the great emperors of the heavenly world. If you don't want to go, you can cultivate in the two-world city. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. I'll go. Lu Ming immediately nodded. His eyes were firm. Lu Ming would definitely not miss out on such a precious place. There were all kinds of heavenly treasures, chaos stones, primordial stones, great Tao fragments, etc. These would definitely be helpful to Lu Ming's cultivation. Moreover, tempering himself on the island and fighting for his life would be even greater for Lu Ming. If he wanted to catch up and even surpass Xian Yanqing, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it according to normal cultivation. He had to take risks. Alright, I'll arrange it for you. However, there's one thing you have to remember. On the void's sacred island, there are times when danger comes from the people of the heavenly world. There are no restrictions when fighting for treasures on the void's sacred island. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. Lu Ming nodded. He had experienced so much and naturally understood this point. During this period, try to improve your strength as much as possible. I'll inform you when I'm done with the arrangements. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said and left. On the other hand, Lu Ming returned to his residence and thought about the direction of his cultivation. Next, Lu Ming planned to raise his cultivation to the 7-star True Emperor realm. This was currently the fastest way to improve his combat strength. Once his cultivation reached the 7-star True Emperor realm, he could try to break through to the Great Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming didn't plan to break through to the Great Emperor realm so quickly. Once he broke through to the Great Emperor realm, his Tao would be fixed. It would be difficult to integrate more laws. Lu Ming had an ambition. He wanted to cultivate all 10 supreme laws to the 3rd level and then break through to the Great Emperor realm. Then, he didn't know what level his Tao would reach. This was something that ordinary people wouldn't dare to think about. However, Lu Ming could do it. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming took out a few world cores and began to refine them to increase his world energy. He had already refined all the chaos stones in his possession. Now, he could only refine the world cores and origin stones to increase his world energy. Naturally, the speed would be much slower. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was already at the limit of the 6-star True Emperor realm. He was only a step away from the 7-star True Emperor realm. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through. Chapter 2339. After that, Lu Ming continued to strengthen his foundation. A few days later, Heavenly Emperor Han Yu arrived. The arrangements had been made and they could set off immediately. Not long after, Heavenly Emperor Han Yu brought Lu Ming with him as they tore through space and rushed towards a certain place. An hour later, Lu Ming and the others appeared above a boundless sea. This sea was an inland sea of the grand pure celestial domain. It was vast and boundless. At this time, there were already some people waiting here. Lu Ming glanced over. Other than Heavenly Emperor Han Yu, there were 3 other Heavenly Emperors. Apart from the 3 Heavenly Emperors, there were 5 other Great Emperors. Among the 5 Great Emperors, there were old men and middle-aged men. 2 of them caught Lu Ming's attention. The 2 of them looked exactly the same. It was obvious that they were twins. It was rare to see twins who had both reached the Great Emperor realm. It was obvious that these Great Emperors were also going to the Void Divine Island. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the sea again. In front of him, there was an area of space that was extremely unstable. It was constantly twisting and distorting. Occasionally, spatial cracks would appear. This was the spatial tunnel that led to the Void Divine Island. On the way here, Heavenly Emperor Han Yu had already told Lu Ming about the spatial tunnel in detail. In fact, Two World City wasn't the only way to come to the grand pure celestial domain from other heavens. There were also 2 spatial tunnels that led to another battlefield. There were also other hidden spatial tunnels that led to other heavens. Some even led to other worlds, such as the Fiend God realm. However, these tunnels were usually extremely small and unstable. Usually, only one person could pass through at a time. At most, 2 or 3 people could pass through at a time. Any more and it wouldn't work. Moreover, these tunnels were extremely chaotic and dangerous. Even Great Emperors could get lost if they entered. Only Heavenly Emperors could pass through safely. Naturally, there were terrifying experts guarding these tunnels on the heavenly world side. Although the surroundings were empty apart from the few of them, Lu Ming was certain that there were definitely terrifying powerful figures guarding this area. Once powerful figures from foreign tribes crossed the passageway, they would be killed forcefully. Moreover, this kind of passage usually only allowed 1, 2, or 3 people to pass through. If the foreign races dared to come, they would be surrounded and killed by the experts of the heaven realm. As a matter of fact, there were several such passageways in the Grand Lucidity Celestial Realm, all of which were guarded by experts to prevent outsiders from barging in. Lu Ming. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. He hadn't expected that Lu Ming would also want to enter the Void Divine Island. As people from the Heaven Realm, I hope that you can help each other when you enter the Void Sacred Island. A Heavenly Emperor spoke, looking at Lu Ming and the others. Of course. Definitely. The martial monarchs nodded, including Lu Ming. It's about time. Let's go. Another Great Emperor said. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a wave of energy enveloped the twin brothers. At this moment, the space above the sea distorted, and a spatial crack appeared. The Celestial Emperor's figure moved, and he rushed into the spatial crack with the twins, disappearing from sight. This passageway only allowed 3 people to travel at a time. The others waited quietly. After a while, another Heavenly Emperor rushed into a spatial crack with 2 people. The third group was a Heavenly Emperor. He rushed into a spatial crack with a woman in palace attire. At the scene, only Heavenly Emperor Han Yu and Lu Ming were left. They waited for a moment. Lu Ming, let's go. Heavenly Emperor Han Yu waved his hand, and a wave of energy enveloped Lu Ming. He brought Lu Ming into a spatial crack in a flash. As soon as they rushed into the spatial crack, an endless spatial storm swept toward the 2 of them. Heavenly Emperor Han Yu directly ignored it and rushed into the spatial storm. Soon, they passed through the spatial storm and came to a small void passageway. This void passageway was extremely small. At most, it could only allow 3 people to travel together. The surroundings were chaotic and dark, and there was a strong pressure pressing toward them. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming, and their speed was astonishing. They moved forward at extreme speed, and the surrounding void constantly flew past. No idea how long had passed, there was suddenly no path ahead, turning into darkness. The void passageway was cut off. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming and stopped. Closing his eyes, he sensed carefully. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu brought Lu Ming and rushed toward the right, breaking through the darkness. After a while, they arrived above another void passageway. This was also something that only Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses could sense and find the right path. If it were the average person, even a great emperor, they would probably get lost in the dark void too. If their luck was bad, they would never be able to get out, forever wandering in the dark void. Just like this, walking and stopping, a full few days passed. Suddenly, a resplendent radiance came from ahead. In the eternally withered dark void, there would actually be radiance coming. It made Lu Ming slightly surprised. At the same time, he knew that they were about to reach their destination. Sure enough, the next instant, they passed through the void passageway and arrived at a vacuum region. Yes, this region seemed to be forcefully carved open by someone in the dark void. This region did not have a trace of spatial storm. It was as if it was the sky outside. This region was shockingly large. In the center of this region, there was an island floating there. Looking from afar, there seemed to be a sun hanging in the sky above the island. The radiance came from that sun. The heavenly emperors who came in before, the twins, and the others, were all waiting here. When they saw Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and Lu Ming coming over, they nodded and then flew toward the island. This region was extremely vast and shockingly large. Even with the Heavenly Emperor's speed, it took them a long time to fly there. When they got close to the island, they realized that it was also shockingly large. How was it an island? It was clearly a continent. This void divine island is extremely vast. Someone estimated that it might be 1/10 the size of the Grand Pure Sky domain. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. The others were shocked. It was a 1/10 the size of the Grand Pure Sky domain, and this was just a single person's training ground. However, when they were a certain distance away from the void divine island, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the others stopped. We can't go any further. We will be suppressed by that pressure. You guys go ahead yourselves. One of the heavenly emperors said. With your cultivation, don't go too deep into the void divine island. You can move around the periphery of the void divine island. Many high-level emperors have already gone to the depths of the void divine island. Another high-level heavenly emperor said. Everyone nodded their heads and flew toward the void divine island alone. Senior, farewell. Lu Ming bid farewell to Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Lu Ming, be careful. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said solemnly. Chapter 2340. The group of 6 flew towards the void sacred island. The closer they got to the island, the more they felt the vastness of the island. It was about 1/10 the size of the Grand Clarity Heaven realm, and was simply too vast. Below it were endless mountain ranges, endless plains, and all kinds of rivers and lakes. When they got close to the edge of the void sacred island, they suddenly felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on them. It was as if they were carrying an endless weight. Their bodies couldn't help but fall downwards at an extremely fast speed. Their faces changed as they channeled their world force with all their might to stabilize their bodies. Lu Ming used his world force and at the same time, his muscles were constantly vibrating. Only then did he stabilize himself. Otherwise, he would have fallen straight down. What a terrifying pressure. The 6 of them didn't look too good. Although Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the others had warned them that the pressure here was terrifying, they were still shocked when they actually felt it. Among the 6 of them, 5 were great emperors. Lu Ming also had the battle prowess of a great emperor. Even with their cultivation, they were almost unable to fly due to the pressure. One could imagine how terrifying it was. If a true emperor was here, they wouldn't be able to fly at all. They would fall straight to the ground and die from the pressure. This pressure, this aura, the more the six of them sensed, the more shocked they were. The pressure and aura seemed to be higher than the heavenly Tao. It transcended and ruled over everything. Even the heavenly Tao would be subdued by this aura. It was as if there was a supreme existence in the center of the island that was emitting an aura that suppressed the universe. However, someone had set foot on this island a few years ago. In the past few years, everyone speculated that this island was left behind countless years ago. The owner of the island had long left. The aura on the island should be the remnant aura left behind when the owner of the island preached and went into seclusion. Lu Ming and the others were even more shocked when they thought of this. However, the remnant aura was still so terrifying even after so many years. It was truly terrifying. Even heavenly emperors couldn't enter the island due to the pressure. After they stabilized themselves, they slowly descended towards the ground. Soon, they were only a few tens of thousands of meters above the ground. What's that? Suddenly, someone looked ahead. Over there, a dark cloud was flying towards them at an astonishing speed. Croak, croak, croak. Following that, a series of ear-piercing cries could be heard. Not good, crows, all crows, someone exclaimed. Let's go. Their expressions changed. They turned around and rushed downwards. Croak, croak, croak. That flock of crows blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It was unknown how many of them there were. Every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. Among them, there were true emperors and void emperors, but there were too many of them, so they could only retreat. However, the speed of those crows was also very fast, and they were quickly approaching. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, streaks of black light shot towards Lu Ming's group from below. These black streams of light were also crows. Their bodies were pitch black, and they were about the size of a head, as if they were made of black iron. Why are we so unlucky? We met this kind of crow as soon as we came in, one of them shouted angrily. As far as they knew, there were some terrifying mutated beasts living on the Void's sacred island, and these crows were one of them. They were very terrifying and came in flocks. Some people were unlucky and met these crows as soon as they landed. It was very dangerous, and many people had died in the mouths of these crows. However, the Void's sacred island was so vast, and the chances of meeting these crows were not very high. They could only say that they were too unlucky. Let's kill our way out. Lu Ming shouted, and a long spear was formed in his hand, shining with 9 different colors. Whoosh! 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 The long spear burst out, turning into streaks of spear light, and collided with the crows. The spear light was extremely sharp, and each spear light could pierce through a crow. The others also attacked. Among the 6 people, only one was a 1-star Great Emperor. Among the other 4, 3 were 2-star Great Emperors, and 1 was a 3-star Great Emperor. Their attacking power was much stronger than Lu Ming's. When the 6 of them attacked, a large number of crows were killed, and their corpses fell to the ground. However, there were too many crows, and they continued to attack from below. The flock of crows in the distance also rushed over, and there were too many of them. Lu Ming and the others were delayed, and they were instantly surrounded by the flock of crows. Let's work together and kill our way out. The 3-star Great Emperor was a middle-aged man, and his fighting power was shocking. He held a battle axe, and with a swing of his axe, an axe radiance that was tens of thousands of meters long slashed out, and a large number of crows were killed. Void Emperor and True Emperor crows could not stop him at all. With him as the leader and the others as support, they immediately tore a path out of the flock of crows, and rushed out continuously. Caw! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard, and a streak of fiery red light rushed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man swung his axe, and when it collided with the streak of fiery red light, there was a loud explosion, and the streak of fiery red light was sent flying. It was a fiery red crow, and its feathers were bright red, as if it was burning. The crow was shockingly strong, and it did not die after being hit by the middle-aged man's axe. It was an emperor-level crow. Caw! Caw! Ear-piercing sounds were heard continuously, and the crowd saw a streak of fiery red light flashing in the flock of crows. Those were fiery red crows, and all of them were great emperor crows, and there were more than a dozen of them. The 6 of them were shocked. There were more than a dozen great emperor crows, and their strength was too shocking. "Go, quickly go!" someone shouted, and they unleashed their full strength. At this moment, no one held back, and they used all of their strength, and attacked continuously, trying to rush out. However, more than a dozen fiery red crows were already closing in on them. Caw! Caw! Ear-piercing sounds were heard, and the crows flapped their wings, and they were as fast as lightning. Their claws were indestructible, and they pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shook his long spear, and swept it out, and it collided with a fiery red crow. Buzz! The long spear vibrated continuously, and a terrifying force came along the long spear. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. The long spear that was formed by the power of the world and the laws was almost shattered. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was shocked. That crow was only sent flying by Lu Ming, but it was not injured. Its eyes shone with a cold light, and it flapped its wings, and pounced towards Lu Ming again. The other 5 were also in a tough battle. The weakest of these crows had the combat strength of a 1-star great emperor, and the strongest was no weaker than the middle-aged man. Chapter 23:41. More than 10 fiery red crows were surrounded by terrifying flames. The temperature was shockingly high. They were like more than 10 small suns, constantly charging toward Lu Ming and the group of 6. Their speed was shocking and their power was terrifying as well. Lu Ming's group tried their best to defend themselves, but they were still in danger. Caw! Caw! At this moment, there were 2 fiery red crows attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and did not hold back at all. The long spear in his hand pierced out continuously. Boom! Boom! The claws of the 2 fiery red crows collided with Lu Ming's long spear. The long spear vibrated continuously while Lu Ming's body trembled violently as he retreated continuously. The 2 fiery red crows had the combat strength of a 1-star great emperor. Lu Ming could still deal with one, but there were 2 of them. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and his arms were numb from the impact. Fight! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with dazzling battle intent as he circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to fight against the 2 fiery red crows. With the indestructible ancient scripture's terrifying defensive power and recovery ability, Lu Ming could still defend himself. However, the others were in danger. Another 1-star great emperor realm old man was careless and was scratched by one of the crows. A piece of flesh was torn off and a deep wound appeared on his body. Blood flowed out and his face turned pale. His aura was weak. The others were also in danger and they could not even take care of themselves. Charge out! Someone shouted. They tried their best to charge down to the ground and use the complicated terrain to get rid of the crows. However, there were too many crows. There were dozens of fiery red crows, all of which were Great Emperor Realm crows. The crows below the Great Emperor Realm formed a flock and attacked continuously. This was a huge problem for Lu Ming's group. Therefore, they could not charge out at all. Bang! Another person was hit by a fiery red crow's wing and was almost cut in half at the waist. It was extremely dangerous. Everyone, under such circumstances, let's just mind our own business. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Everyone's expression changed. What do you want? An old man roared with an ugly expression. Boom! At that moment, the middle-aged man unleashed an all-out attack. The middle-aged man was a 3-star martial monarch. He was the strongest among them. At this moment, he had repelled a fiery red crow, which was equivalent to a 3-star great emperor, with a single move. Then, he seized the opportunity and rushed to the side. He wanted to escape alone. If he stayed behind with Lu Ming and the others, he would only be exhausted to death by so many crows. However, with his strength, if he escaped alone, a single 3-star Great Emperor Realm Crow would not be able to stop him. Damn it! The others roared in anger. If the middle-aged man escaped, the 3-star Great Monarch Crow would attack them. They would be in great danger. They might all die here. Caw. Ga. The crows screeched as several fiery red crows surrounded and attacked the middle-aged man. However, the only one that could truly pose a threat to him was the 3-star Great Emperor Crow. Hence, the middle-aged man fought with his life on the line and sent a few crows flying. After paying the price of some injuries, he forced his way out. The middle-aged man turned into a ray of light and flew away quickly. The others' hearts started to turn cold. Without the middle-aged man, they would be finished. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. Was he going to use the Heavenly Emperor's physical body now? Over the years, Lu Ming had given the Heavenly Emperor's physical body most of the black crystals that he had obtained from the foreign tribes. Now, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was filled with energy. If he used the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, he would have no problem killing those crows. However, Lu Ming had intended to keep the Heavenly Emperor's physical body and use it when he entered the Void Sacred Island. A large number of great emperors and foreign tribes had gathered on the Void Sacred Island. There were even many peak great emperors from the heaven boundary. In addition to the dangers of the Void Sacred Island, Lu Ming had intended to keep the Heavenly Emperor's physical body and use it when he was in danger. It would be a pity to use it before entering the Void Sacred Island. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to use it now. Just as Lu Ming was thinking about it, a sharp cry rang out in the distance. Ga. It was the same cry of the crows, but this cry had the power to pierce through gold and crack stone. It was as if it could tear the space apart. A flock of fiery red crows appeared in the distance. Yes, it was a flock. There were more than 20 of them, and all of them were fiery red crows. All of them were at the Great Emperor realm. Some of them had terrifying auras that covered the sky and earth. Their auras were even stronger than the 3-star Great Emperor Crow. Above the 3-star Great Emperor was the high-level Great Emperor. Other than Lu Ming, everyone's face turned pale. They were already in a desperate situation. Now that a flock of even more terrifying crows had appeared, there was no chance of survival. The dozen or so crows that came from behind all rushed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was pale, without a trace of blood. He screamed and his body emitted a bright light. His speed increased as he tried to escape. He was burning his life potential, causing his strength to increase by a large margin. However, the crows were too terrifying. A few of them were extremely powerful. With a flap of their wings, they chased after the middle-aged man like red lightning. Soon, the crows caught up with the middle-aged man. Chi-Chi, a crow that was as big as a mountain, swiped at the middle-aged man with its sharp claws. The middle-aged man roared and unleashed all his strength. He attacked with his strongest move to block the attack. However, his attack was torn apart by the crow's sharp claws. Half of his body was torn apart. The middle-aged man screamed and retreated. He let out a desperate roar. Following this, the other terrifying crows attacked, and the middle-aged man was powerless. Under the attacks of the crows, his body was torn apart and devoured by the crows. The middle-aged man wanted to escape alone, but he was the first to die. The others did not feel happy about the middle-aged man's death. At this moment, they only felt despair. It's over. Someone growled. Once the middle-aged man died, it would be their turn. Lu Ming, what a pity. An old man looked at Lu Ming with pity. Lu Ming was so young and talented. His future was limitless. It was very likely that he would become an invincible expert in the heaven domain. However, he was going to die here. It was a pity. Even if I die, I will kill a few of them. Another person roared, planning to fight with his life. Caw. Caw. At this moment, the fiery red crow that had killed the middle-aged burly man fixed its eyes on Lu Ming and the rest. It flapped its wings and flew toward Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. Its blood-red eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. It seems that I can only use the Heavenly Emperor's body, Lu Ming whispered. Then, a small stone statue appeared in his hand. Chapter 23:42. The stone statue quickly grew to the size of a mountain. Lu Ming took a step forward and merged with the stone statue. Clang! The sound of sword whistling resounded through the sky. The stone sword emitted a dazzling sword chi as it slashed out. Puff! Puff! The two fiery red crows that were attacking Lu Ming were split into two by the stone sword. The two one-star Great Emperor crows were killed instantly. In the past 5 years, the Heavenly Emperor's body had absorbed a large amount of energy, but Lu Ming had not used it. Now, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body had reached 80%. The explosive power of 80% of the energy was already extremely terrifying. Lu Ming speculated that if the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body reached 100%, it would be enough to fight against a peak Great Emperor. Therefore, 80% energy was enough to kill an ordinary 5-star Great Emperor. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body. Powerful energy burst out and the Heavenly Emperor's sword seemed invincible. The sound of sword whistling was endless, and the piercing sword chi slashed through the void. A few more crows were killed. Even the 2-star Great Emperor crows were killed instantly. There was no suspense. This relieved the pressure on the others, and they were overjoyed. They did not expect Lu Ming to have such a treasure. Instantly, they revealed a hopeful look. Caw! Caw! When the other crows saw Lu Ming killing a few fiery red crows, they immediately let out sharp cries and attacked Lu Ming and the others with all kinds of attacks. As for the 10 to 20 terrifying crows that came from behind, they were closing in on Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. They were a distance away from them. They flapped their wings and each feather was like a sharp sword, shooting toward them explosively. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword, and the sword light cut through the void, blocking all the feathers. Charge out! Lu Ming shouted as he took the lead and charged downwards. The others followed closely behind. The fiery red crows did not give up and chased after them. There were more than 30 fiery red crows coming from behind, including the ones in front. They attacked Lu Ming and the others with all kinds of attacks. Lu Ming could only turn around and block one attack after another. Kill! Then, Lu Ming charged into the flock of crows alone. Rather than wasting energy to block the attacks of the crows, it was better to kill all of them. Puff! Puff! Lu Ming brandished his battle sword. His sword chi was unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, the 5 fiery red crows were killed. Caw! The remaining crows screeched, as if they were furious. A few of the strongest crows rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword, causing an intense explosion as he exchanged blows with a few of the strongest crows. Several crows were sent flying by Lu Ming. 3 4-star Great Emperors and 1 5-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming's heart stirred. After exchanging blows, Lu Ming roughly judged the combat strength of the crows. 3 4-star Great Emperors and 1 5-star Great Emperor. This was definitely a terrifying force. Caw! 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 The crows retreated and charged towards Lu Ming again. Then I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The rich energy in the Heavenly Emperor's body exploded as he charged towards the crows. Lu Ming completely ignored his defense and attacked with all his might. Boom! 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 One attack after another landed on the Sky Emperor's body, but they only left shallow marks on his body. The Heavenly Emperor's body was left behind by a Heavenly Emperor after all. It was extremely sturdy. Even a peak Great Emperor would find it difficult to break it. 4-star Great Emperors and 5-star Great Emperors naturally could not break it. As for the other crows, they could not even leave a mark. Lu Ming ignored his defense and focused on killing. He swung his combat sword with all his might and chopped off one of the wings of a 4-star Great Emperor realm crow. On the other hand, a 2-star Great Emperor Realm crow was sliced into two by the sword gleam and its feathers flew everywhere. The 4-star Great Emperor crow let out a mournful cry. Blood splattered all over the void as it retreated frantically. How could Lu Ming let it go? He chased after it with all his might. The other crow's attacks landed on Lu Ming's body continuously. Boom! 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 However, they could only slow down Lu Ming's speed slightly. Lu Ming forced his way through and slashed out with his sword, chopping off the crow's head. The soul in the head was also destroyed by Lu Ming. With a flash of light, Lu Ming kept the corpse of the crow into his small world. The entire body of a great emperor crow was a treasure. It was extremely valuable and could not be wasted. After killing a 4-star great emperor, Lu Ming turned around and targeted the other crows. He started killing them rapidly. Those that were below 4-star great emperor could not even withstand a single strike from Lu Ming. They were killed by Lu Ming and their corpses were kept in Lu Ming's small world. Caw! Not long after, another mournful cry was heard. Another 4-star Great Emperor Crow was killed by Lu Ming. At this point, Lu Ming had already killed more than a dozen fiery red crows. However, there were still 20 of them left. After Lu Ming killed so many of their comrades, the crows became even crazier. Those that were below Great Emperor level threw themselves at Lu Ming without any regard for their lives. Although these crows could not break through the defense of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, they could deplete the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. This can't go on. I have to kill the strongest crows first. Lu Ming thought in his heart. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body had stored 80% of its energy. Although it was extremely robust, it was being depleted at an alarming rate as he continued to fight with the Great Emperors and the other crows. If this continued, the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body would be depleted in no time. If the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was depleted and the 3-star Great Emperors, 4-star Great Emperors, and 5-star Great Emperors were still alive, they would be in danger. Therefore, before the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was depleted, they had to kill the strongest ones. At this moment, Lu Ming ignored the other crows and targeted the 3-star Great Emperors and above. Poof! Poof! Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. 2 3-star Great Emperor fiery red crows were killed by Lu Ming. In this way, there were only 2 3-star Great Emperor fiery red crows left. A 4-star Great Emperor and a 5-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming went all out to deal with these 2 crows. Swoosh! 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 Lu Ming waved his battle sword crazily and attacked the 2 crows. Terrifying rumbles continued to erupt and the sky was smashed into pieces. The scorching temperature was about to burn everything, including the space. After a dozen moves, the 4-star Great Emperor Crow was finally killed by Lu Ming. In an instant, there was only one 5-star Great Emperor Crow left. Kill! Lu Ming ignored the other attacks and attacked the crow crazily. This crow was as big as a mountain and was extremely powerful. Its sharp claws and wings were indestructible and extremely terrifying. However, Lu Ming was able to restrain it and did not need to be afraid of its attacks. His battle sword constantly slashed at its vital points. Chapter 23:43. At this moment, the twin brothers and the other 2, a total of 4 people, had already rushed to the ground and fled frantically. It's not good for us to leave Lu Ming alone. An old man said with a worried look. What's not good about it? Lu Ming's puppet is shockingly powerful. In my opinion, it's even stronger than a 5-star Great Emperor. He can protect himself. If we stay, we will only be a hindrance to him. One of the twin brothers said. That's right. Let's leave first so that Lu Ming can fight freely. If we stay, we won't be of much help. The other twin brother said. The old man sighed, knowing that the twin brothers' words were reasonable. Then, the few of them used the terrain below to quickly leave this place. In the sky, the battle between Lu Ming and the 5-star Great Emperor Realm Fiery Red Crow had reached its climax. Lu Ming ignored his defense and completely suppressed the crow. Both sides exchanged dozens of blows and the crow was already drenched in blood. One of its wings was almost cut off by Lu Ming, leaving only a thread hanging on it. At the same time, its chest was stabbed by Lu Ming and blood flowed out. With only one wing left, the crow's speed was greatly reduced. It was no match for Lu Ming and could not even retreat. Bang! Lu Ming took the attack head-on. His body swayed slightly and then he stabbed back with his sword. Puff! The sword pierced through the crow's chest. Caw! The crow wailed and struggled violently. Its whole body was covered in fiery red flames and surged towards Lu Ming. However, it was useless against the Heavenly Emperor's body. Die! Lu Ming shouted and energy burst out crazily. The Heavenly Emperor's sword vibrated continuously and sword chi whizzed out. Bang! Lu Ming slashed horizontally and eventually, the crow's body was split into 2 halves. Its soul was also annihilated by this blow. The 5-star Great Emperor Crow had fallen. Not good. The energy consumption is too great. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. Killing so many fiery red crows had already consumed a frightening amount of energy. Fighting against this 5-star Great Monarch Realm Crow had consumed an even more frightening amount of energy. Now, Lu Ming felt that the energy in the Celestial Emperor's body was about to be exhausted. He no longer had the strength to continue killing the remaining crows. Lu Ming's body emitted a ray of light that enveloped the crow's corpse and stored it in his miniature world. Afterward, Lu Ming dashed toward the ground at lightning speed. The crows in front of him were killed one by one. Lu Ming successfully broke out of the encirclement. But at this time, the Celestial Emperor's body trembled and rapidly shrank. Lu Ming's body also flew out of the Celestial Emperor's body. The energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was officially exhausted. Lu Ming put away the Celestial Emperor's body and fled frantically. When the crows saw Lu Ming keep the Celestial Emperor's body, they let out ear-piercing cries and chased after Lu Ming. Among them, there were more than a dozen Great Emperor Fiery Red Crows. Many of them were 2-star Great Emperor Crows. If Lu Ming was surrounded, it would be very dangerous. Lu Ming used the 6-feathered divine wings and flew towards the distance at extreme speed. The crows behind him chased after him at extreme speed. Both sides, one chasing and one fleeing, crossed a long distance. Those crows chased after Lu Ming tightly and did not let go. However, Lu Ming used the 6-feathered divine wings and his speed was very fast. Only those Great Emperor Crows could barely keep up with Lu Ming's speed. Not long after, an endless desert appeared in front of him. The ground was all golden fine sand. Moreover, there were waves of heat coming from far away. Lu Ming rushed into the desert area. The strange thing was that when Lu Ming dashed into the desert, the crows actually stopped. They hovered around for a while before leaving one after another. This made Lu Ming curious. These crows are not entering the desert. Is it because of the area they're in, or is there a terrifying existence in the desert that scares them? Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless and used the divine breath art to completely conceal his aura. Then, Lu Ming went deeper into the desert. This desert was filled with golden fine sand that stretched as far as the eye could see. Moreover, the temperature was shockingly high. The temperature here didn't come from the sun in the sky, but from the ground. Scorching heat constantly emanated from the ground. It was unbearable. In addition to the pressure of the heaven and earth, a true emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, it was fine for Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked for a while and found that this desert was dead silent. There was no vegetation or life. Other than fine sand, there was only fine sand. Fortunately, there was always a sun hanging in the sky above the center of the void divine island. This sun would never change its position, so it could be used as a basis to determine direction. As long as one walked towards the sun, they would be walking towards the center of the island. Lu Ming had been walking in this desert for 3 days. There was no abnormality at all and there was no danger either. A plant. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a plant in front of him. This was the first time Lu Ming saw a plant after walking in this desert for 3 days. Under such high temperatures, there were still plants. Lu Ming's interest was piqued and he flew over. It was a purple plant, sparkling and translucent, with a medicinal fragrance that assailed his nostrils. It was without a doubt an imperial herb. However, Lu Ming was more interested in the root of the herb. There was a small pond there with some liquid that emitted a shocking amount of energy essence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that this small pool of liquid had given birth to this stock of emperor medicine. This liquid was very valuable. This liquid contains powerful life essence. Even in such a dangerous place, it can still nurture a sovereign medicine. It's extraordinary. I'm cultivating the art of the 7 gods, so I need this kind of spirit liquid. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to break through. Lu Ming thought. Now, there was not much energy left in the drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart. If he wanted to make a breakthrough in his physical body and cultivate the 7 gods' mysterious art to the 5th level, the remaining ancestral dragon blood was not enough. He needed other energy. Of course, sacred herbs and imperial herbs could also help cultivate the physical body. However, at Lu Ming's current level, he needed an extremely high-grade imperial herb. Immediately, Lu Ming carefully dug out the imperial herb and planted it in his small world. Then, he took out a jade bottle and collected all the liquid in the pond. This liquid is enough for me to cultivate for a while. I'll find a place to refine this liquid and see if I can break through to the 5th level of the 7 gods' mysterious art. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Now, he didn't plan to break through to the emperor realm so quickly. He wanted to comprehend all the other strongest laws before breaking through. Chapter 23:44. Once the 7 gods' mysterious art broke through to the 5th level, Lu Ming's physical strength alone would be comparable to the great emperor realm. Then, his combat strength would definitely skyrocket. Lu Ming moved his body and left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming rushed into the desert and went 100 miles deep into the desert before entering the mountain river diagram. After entering the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming immediately took out the liquid that he had obtained before and began to refine it. The liquid contained a huge amount of life essence. Lu Ming activated the 7 gods' mysterious art to absorb the life essence and strengthen his physical body. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated violently. In an instant, they vibrated hundreds of millions of times. The vibrations produced a terrifying energy that absorbed the essence of the spiritual liquid and permeated it into his muscles, bones, organs, blood, and cells. It permeated into every small corner of his body and strengthened Lu Ming's physical strength. Half a month later, Lu Ming had completely refined and absorbed the spiritual liquid. However, the 7 gods' mysterious art did not break through. It was still in the late 4th level, but it had reached its limit. Unfortunately, it's still a little short. Lu Ming sighed. It was too difficult to cultivate the 7 gods' mysterious art to the 5th level. The Archean cultivation system, whether it was the Archean body cultivation system, the Archean martial arts, the Archean demon path, or the Archean demon path, was more difficult to cultivate than the system of laws. The resources consumed were also more. Otherwise, the Archean cultivation system would not have been defeated by the system of laws in the Archean era. If he wanted to break through to the 5th level of the 7 gods' mysterious art, he would need more resources. However, the spirit liquid was not wasted. Although Lu Ming did not break through, the strength of his physical body had increased by a notch. His strength had also increased by a notch. There are many natural treasures on the Void Sacred Island. I'm sure I can find enough resources to break through. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He then exited the mountain river diagram and continued to search the desert. But in the next few days, Lu Ming found nothing, nor did he meet anyone else. On this day, Lu Ming was hurrying along when the desert suddenly exploded. A terrifying axe light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was startled. He quickly retreated while throwing out a punch. Boom! With a loud sound, Lu Ming slid along the desert for a distance before coming to a stop. A burly figure appeared in front of him. Evil God Tribe. This was a member of the evil god race. His entire body was covered in purple scales and he had a tall stature. He held a battle axe in his hand and stared coldly at Lu Ming. A true emperor actually dared to come here and stop my attack. Looks like you're a supreme genius from heaven. Huh, looks like I'm quite lucky. The evil god tribe member grinned, his eyes incomparably cold. 1-star Great Emperor. Lu Ming judged his opponent's realm based on his opponent's aura and the exchange of blows just now. The other party was only a 1-star Great Emperor, but as a noble of a foreign race, his combat strength couldn't be underestimated. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid. Just now, he had hurriedly blocked and was repelled by the other party. He was far from using his full strength. 1-star Great Emperor, let's start with you. Lu Ming said coldly. What did you say? Start with me? The evil god tribe member grinned. A mere true emperor ant from heaven world actually said that he wanted to start with him. What a joke. Bang! The evil god tribe member took a step forward. Sand and dust filled the sky as he rushed towards Lu Ming. The battle axe in his hand slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body emitted 9 different colors of light. His physical strength and world power were also circulated to the extreme as he rushed towards the other party. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow. The force spread out in all directions like water waves. The sand was swept up and surged in all directions like waves. A deep pit that was thousands of miles long and wide appeared below the two of them. Swoosh! A figure retreated continuously. This time, it wasn't Lu Ming but the evil god tribe member. The evil god tribe member's 3 eyes were wide open as he looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He seemed to find it hard to believe that he would be repelled by a true emperor. Your strength is only so-so. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and charged towards the other party. Bang! 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 The two of them turned into 2 streams of light and collided continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. However, the evil god tribe member was completely at a disadvantage. He couldn't defeat Lu Ming. His body trembled and his arm was in pain. Before entering the Void's sacred island, Lu Ming could already defeat Lan Membrane when he fought with him. At that time, Lu Ming's cultivation was only a 6-star true emperor. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had entered the 7-star true emperor realm. Moreover, his physical strength was even stronger. Although this great emperor was stronger than Lan Membrane, he still wasn't a match for Lu Ming. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming's hand was like a divine sword as it pierced the great emperor's body. The great emperor's body was covered in purple scales. His defense was astonishing. However, Lu Ming's hand was covered in 9 types of laws. They intertwined to form a divine ability that was even more terrifying. In addition, Lu Ming's physical strength broke through the scales and left a hole in the great emperor's body. Blood flowed freely. Damn it! The great emperor roared and retreated frantically. His eyes were filled with fear as he turned to flee. He knew that he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. If he forced himself to fight, not only would he not be able to kill Lu Ming, but he would also be killed by Lu Ming. How can such a terrifying genius appear in the celestial world? He's only a true emperor, but his combat strength is stronger than mine. This is too terrifying. No, I must spread this news so that others can kill this brat. Otherwise, if he grows stronger, it'll be a disaster for my race. The alien Grand Emperor thought to himself. However, how could Lu Ming let him escape? He used his 6 feathered wings and chased after him. You may be stronger than me, but it's impossible for you to kill me. The great emperor roared. Lu Ming was stronger than him, but not to a ridiculous extent. As long as he wanted to escape, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to kill him. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled up as a bow appeared in his hand. It was the fallen star bow. Lu Ming pulled the fallen star bow with all his might. The bowstring of the fallen star bow bent. Even now, Lu Ming still couldn't pull the fallen star bow fully. He could only pull it halfway. The 9 types of laws and the power of the world were constantly injected into the fallen star bow. The fallen star bow emitted a resplendent light as a 9-colored arrow was formed. Wang! Lu Ming loosened his grip and the bowstring vibrated violently. A 9-colored arrow flew out and shot toward the foreign race Great Emperor. The Great Emperor roared and swung his axe at the 9-colored arrow. Dang! There was a deafening explosion as the Great Emperor's body trembled. He retreated rapidly, almost losing his grip on the axe in his hand. How is this possible? The Great Emperor was shocked by the power of the fallen star bow. Wang. Chapter 23:45. The arrow tore through the air, leaving a long trail behind it. It was dazzling with 9 colors, but its speed was unbelievably fast and its power was shocking. The alien emperor roared and shot out a destructive light from his third eye. At the same time, he swung his battle axe. Clang! The 9-colored arrow struck the alien emperor's battle axe for the second time. The axe shook violently and flew out of his hand. The alien emperor's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. His palm was torn and blood flowed out. One of his arms had completely lost feeling. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 7-star true emperor and his 9 nomological laws had reached the 3rd realm, the power of pulling the bowstring was many times stronger than before. Ordinary 1-star great emperors would find it hard to block. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming drew his bow and shot 2 more arrows. The alien emperor roared in anger and used all his strength to block, but it was all in vain. It was just a dying struggle. Of the 2 arrows, one pierced through the outsider emperor's chest, nailing him to the ground. The second arrow pierced through the outsider emperor's forehead. This arrow directly killed the outsider emperor. A great emperor was killed by Lu Ming. This was the first time he did it without using the heaven emperor's body. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Unknowingly, he had grown to the point where he could kill a great emperor. More than 10 years ago, when he was in the Yuan continent, great emperors were so high up in his eyes that he couldn't reach them. At that time, Lu Ming could only rely on the heaven emperor's body. He couldn't fight against a great emperor at all. With his true strength, a great emperor could kill him with one slap. But now, things were different. Unknowingly, his strength had grown to a shocking level. After the 9-colored arrow killed the alien emperor, it turned into energy and dissipated. Just as Lu Ming was about to fly over and put away the corpse of the alien race's great emperor, 2 beams of rainbow light flashed in the distance and flew toward him at high speed. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The 2 streaks of rainbow light were actually the twin brothers. They had obviously noticed Lu Ming from afar, so they flew very quickly and arrived at Lu Ming's side in an instant. The 2 of them looked at the foreign race great emperor with surprise in their eyes. Brother Lu Ming, you're really amazing. You killed a great emperor with your own strength. Respect, respect. One of them said, his eyes filled with amazement. I was just lucky. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He walked over and kept the corpse of the alien race great emperor. Brother Lu, did you kill all the crows that day? The one who spoke earlier asked. No, I rushed out. Lu Ming answered casually. Oh. The twin brothers glanced at each other and nodded. Brother Lu Ming, it seems that we are fated to meet. Why don't we move together? Sure. Lu Ming thought for a moment and nodded. He was not familiar with this place and the 2 in front of him were not weak. Lu Ming could not use his heavenly emperor physical body now. If they were together, they would be able to help him if he was in danger. The 2 of you, do you know how big this desert is? Lu Ming asked. This desert is very big. We have been wandering around this desert for the past few days. This desert is dead silent and there are no opportunities. We are just wasting our time here. As long as we keep going deeper into the Void's sacred island, we will definitely be able to walk out of this desert. One of the twins said. This person was the eldest of the twins. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, there was nothing to be gained in this desert. He had wandered around for many days and had only obtained a great emperor herb and some spiritual liquid. The three of them discussed for a while and then headed towards the center of the Void's sacred island. Along the way, Lu Ming learned the names of the two brothers. One of them was called Wu Xiu and the other was Wu Bo. Both of them were two-star great emperors. Along the way, they encountered a group of foreign races. There were only two of them, a two-star great emperor and a one-star great emperor. Naturally, they were surrounded by Lu Ming and the other two and killed in the end. Later on, they encountered a group of foreign races. There were 7 or 8 of them. Wu Xiu had suggested that Lu Ming take out his puppet to kill these foreign races. However, Lu Ming turned around and left. The puppet that Wu Xiu had mentioned was the Heavenly Emperor physical body. However, the Heavenly Emperor physical body had exhausted its energy and could not kill the foreign races. Lu Ming naturally turned around and left. Fortunately, they were fast enough and did not get surrounded by the foreign races. They successfully escaped. Just like that, they flew for half a month before they walked out of the desert. The main reason was that the pressure in this area was too strong. Their flying speed was thousands or tens of thousands of times slower than outside. That was why it took them so long to cross the desert. After passing through the desert, they came to a land that was scarlet red. The temperature of this land was shockingly high. From time to time, they could see magma flowing out from the ground. Shockingly high temperatures were constantly spreading out from the ground. Logically speaking, such an environment should be more deathly silent than the desert from before. There was even less vegetation. However, the reality was the opposite. Here, they could see vegetation from time to time. Various types of fiery red vegetation were rooted in the scorching land. Some of them were even rooted in the magma. That's flowing flame wood and fire stone grass. Not long after coming to this land, Lu Ming found several types of emperor herbs. They were all very valuable and were taken away by the three of them. This land of flames was simply a land of treasures. The three of them looked around with blazing eyes. A few days later, the three of them each obtained more than 10 stalks of emperor herbs. On this day, the three of them suddenly stopped after crossing a large mountain. This was because a few figures appeared in a canyon in front of them. The three of them quickly hid and watched from afar. Evil God Tribe. That canyon was filled with Evil God Tribe members. There was a total of 5 of them. There was a pitch-black cave in the canyon. The 5 Evil God Tribe members were pacing back and forth outside the cave, emitting powerful auras from their bodies. 3 2-star Great Emperors and 2 1-star Great Emperors. Wu Bo muttered with a grave expression. Brother Lu Ming, these 5 Evil God Tribe members have been pacing outside that cave. I reckon that there are treasures in that cave. We cannot miss out on such an opportunity. However, the other party has 3 2-star Great Emperors and 2 1-star Great Emperors. They are much stronger than us and are not people we can deal with. Brother Lu Ming, why don't you take out that puppet and kill these 5 Evil God Tribe members? At that time, if there are really treasures, Brother Lu Ming can take the lion's share. Wu Xiu said. This plan won't work. Let's continue to observe. Lu Ming said. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo exchanged glances. A glint flashed across their eyes. Chapter 2346. The 5 members of the Evil God Tribe paced back and forth in the valley. After a while, a 2-star Evil God Tribe member suddenly charged into the cave. Roar! A furious roar suddenly came from the cave. This roar was like the roar of a dragon, but also like the hiss of a python. It was extremely ear-piercing. Immediately after, an intense rumbling sound came from the cave. The entire valley started to shake. In less than a minute, the member of the Evil God Tribe that had charged into the cave previously charged out. Outside the cave, the 4 members of the evil god tribe had solemn expressions as they waited information. Roar! With an explosive roar, a huge and slender figure charged out of the cave. This is, in the distance, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was a mutated beast that looked like a real dragon. Its entire body was covered in scales, but it only had 4 claws. Moreover, there was a pair of fleshy wings on its back. When they spread out, they were incomparably huge. This was a mutated beast that Lu Ming had never seen before. Roar! The mutated beast roared. Its entire body was covered in blazing flames. Its fleshy wings flapped, and its speed was as fast as lightning as it pounced toward the member of the evil god tribe. The member of the evil god tribe from before charged toward the other 4 members of the evil god tribe. Attack! One of the members of the evil god tribe roared. All the members of the evil god tribe attacked together. 4 beams of destructive light shot out from their third eyes and then turned into various attacks. Some turned into battle swords, some into battle sabers, and all kinds of ferocious beasts. Swoosh! The dragon-like mutated beast flapped its fleshy wings. It slashed through the void like a heavenly saber, cutting off the space, wanting to block the attacks of the evil god tribe. However, it only blocked a portion of the attacks. A few attacks broke through the encirclement and bombarded the mutated beast, causing it to roar and stop. Attack with all your might and kill this beast. A 2-star evil god tribe member shouted. The 5 members of the evil god tribe surrounded the mutated beast and attacked it together. The battle prowess of that mutated beast was extremely strong. It was stronger than any of the evil god tribe's 2-star martial emperors. However, it wasn't that strong. When it was surrounded by 5 evil god tribe's 3-star martial emperors, it was instantly overwhelmed. The mutated beast's defense was astonishing. Its scales were tough and indestructible. Even a 1-star great emperor from the evil god tribe would find it hard to break through its scales. Only a 2-star great emperor from the evil god tribe would be able to injure it. Thus, although the mutated beast was injured, it was still able to withstand the attacks. Roar! Roar! The exotic beast roared, as if it was very unwilling to accept the result. It was abnormally furious, and the flames on its body burned even hotter. In the end, its huge body actually began to shrink. Its body that was originally over 100 meters long shrunk to 3 meters long. However, on its body, a sparkling and translucent light flashed. The biggest change was its wings. They became fiery red and translucent, as if they were made of fiery red jade. Whoosh! The mutated beast flapped its wings, and its speed increased explosively compared to before. Like a beam of rainbow light, it soared into the sky and instantly charged out of the encirclement of the evil god race. Be careful! A member of the evil god race roared. Roar! The mutated beast roared. Like a red bolt of lightning, it pounced down from the sky, pouncing toward a 1-star great emperor from the evil god race. Its speed was extremely fast. That member of the evil god race was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Poochie! The mutated beast's sharp claws slashed out, breaking through the other party's defense and directly tearing off one of his arms. At the same time, one of its wings slashed out horizontally. It was even sharper than a heavenly blade. Poochie! That member of the evil god race was directly cleaved into 2. A 1-star great emperor from the evil god race was directly killed. Courting death. The other members of the evil god race roared. All kinds of attacks blasted toward the mutated beast. The mutated beast's speed was extremely fast. It tried its best to dodge, but it was still chopped by an axe. Its scales scattered, and a wound was left on its body. Blood flowed out continuously. After the mutated beast was injured, it became even more furious. It roared continuously and pounced toward the remaining 1-star great emperor from the evil god race. The mutated beast's speed was too fast. It was almost impossible to dodge if it wanted to attack. It could only attack head-on. That one-star Great Emperor from the evil god race fought back desperately. The other 3 2-star Great Emperors from the evil god race also attacked continuously. But in the end, the mutated beast was hit once. However, it still successfully pounced toward the 1-star Great Emperor from the evil god race. Using both its sharp claws and wings, it killed this evil god race member. The 2 weakest members of the evil god race were killed by the mutated beast one after another. Only 3 2-star Great Emperors from the evil god race were left at the scene. After 2 of them were killed consecutively, the members of the evil god race were also enraged. All kinds of fierce attacks bombarded the mutated beast continuously. The mutated beast relied on its extremely fast speed to dodge continuously and pounced toward a 2-star Great Emperor from the evil god race. However, a 2-star Great Emperor was not that easy to kill. In a one-on-one battle, the mutated beast might be stronger than any one of the members of the evil god race. However, when 3 evil god race members joined forces, the mutated beast was no match for them. Both sides exchanged more than 10 moves. One of the members of the evil god race was almost torn into 2 by the mutated beast and was severely injured. However, the mutated beast was also dripping with blood. Its injuries were also quite serious. Swoosh! In the end, the mutated beast targeted the severely injured member of the evil god race. It pounced toward the other party crazily and started a fierce hunt. The mutated beast's entire body was a weapon that could launch attacks. Its attacks were like a violent storm that was impossible to guard against. Pooh! That member of the evil god race was already severely injured and was no match for the mutated beast at all. His chest was pierced through by the mutated beast's tail. The terrifying power tore this member of the evil god race into several pieces. However, the attacks of the other 2 members of the evil god race also arrived. A huge axe chopped toward the mutated beast and directly chopped off one of its wings. There was also a mace that smashed into the mutated beast's body. The mutated beast's bones emitted cracking sounds as its body crashed heavily into the valley. Boom! The earth trembled and dust filled the air. A huge crater appeared in the ground. This time, the mutated beast was severely injured and was on the verge of death. Kill, kill! The eyes of the remaining 2 members of the evil god race were extremely cold. They did not give the mutated beast any chance to catch its breath at all. All kinds of attacks poured down continuously. Roar! That mutated beast roared. It was extremely unwilling to give up and charged toward the cave with all its might. Don't let it return to the cave. One of the members of the evil god race roared. The 2 members of the evil god race charged toward the dragon-shaped mutated beast with all their might. All kinds of attacks bombarded the mutated beast's body. More wounds appeared on the mutated beast's body. Its tail was even chopped off. One of its sharp claws was also chopped off. Bang! The mutated beast was powerless to reverse the situation. It fell heavily onto the ground and did not have much breath left. Vile beast, how dare you kill a member of my race? Today, I'll make you into a dish for wine. One of the members of the evil god race said coldly and flew toward the mutated beast. When he got close to the dragon-shaped mutated beast, he chopped down with his axe, wanting to chop off the head of the dragon-shaped mutated beast. However, at this moment, the dragon-shaped mutated beast suddenly roared. Its entire body shone as it charged explosively toward that member of the evil god race. The 2 of them were too close to each other. When that member of the evil god race saw that the dragon-shaped mutated beast was about to die, he did not have much defense at all. At this moment, he was greatly alarmed and retreated frantically. At the same time, his third eye shone with light. Pooh! That rainbow light directly broke through the destructive light of the evil god race and pierced through his body. Chapter 23:47. That dragon-shaped mutated beast unleashed its final attack, severely injuring one of the evil god tribe members. However, it was exhausted and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Beast! That severely injured evil god tribe member was enraged. With a swing of his axe, he chopped off the head of the dragon-shaped mutated beast and dug out a fist-sized crystal. Then, the two evil god tribe members looked toward the cave, a fiery light flashing in their eyes. In the distance, Lu Ming, Wu Xiu, and Wu Bo exchanged glances. "Attack!" Wu Xiu said in a low voice. Lu Ming and Wu Bo nodded. Now, there were only two evil god tribe members left. Although they were both two-star great emperors, similar to Wu Xiu and Wu Bo, one of them was injured and his battle prowess weakened. Lu Ming and the other two were still confident if they attacked. Without any hesitation, the three of them charged out at an astonishing speed. Heaven Realm's human race. The moment the three of them charged out, the two evil god tribe members discovered them and immediately roared. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two evil god tribe members immediately attacked. Their third eye shot out a destructive light. One turned into three battle swords, and the other turned into a fierce tiger, pouncing toward the three of them. The infinite dragon spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. It contained 9 types of laws and pierced forward. Dong! The long spear pierced one of the battle swords, producing a loud boom. The battle sword was sent flying, but Lu Ming's long spear was also vibrating and buzzing. What a strong force! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. A two-star great emperor was indeed strong. If Lu Ming did not use the fallen star bow now, he might be able to suppress an ordinary one-star great emperor with his own battle prowess. However, he was still lacking when facing a two-star great emperor. Air-shattering hand. On the other side, the twin brothers, Wu Xiu and Wu Bo, also used their special abilities. The divine abilities they used were exactly the same. Their palms became transparent, but there was a shocking aura circulating around them. The two of them waved their palms and blasted forward. Wu Xiu attacked the fierce tiger. Wu Bo attacked the remaining 2 battle swords. Boom! Boom! A fierce explosion sounded. The tiger and the 2 swords were directly destroyed by the 2 people. What a powerful force! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. After destroying the attacks of the evil god tribe, the 3 of them didn't stop, rapidly closing in on the 2 evil god tribe members. I'll deal with this uninjured one. You guys work together to kill the injured one, then come and help me. Wu Xiu sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming and Wu Bo. Then, he charged towards the uninjured evil god race. The 2 of them started fighting. As for Lu Ming and Wu Bo, they charged toward the injured evil god tribe member. Boom! Boom! Wu Bo's palms were really transparent, as if they were made of a pair of transparent crystals. The power of his attacks was shocking. Wherever his palm passed, the space directly exploded and shattered. Humans, kill! The evil god tribe member bellowed. Wielding his battle axe, he chopped down at Wu Bo. Clang! Clang! Wu Bo's palms collided with the evil god tribe member's battle axe. A violent explosion sounded like metal clashing. After a few violent vibrations, Wu Bo's figure swayed. As for the burly evil god tribe member, he kept retreating. This evil god tribe member was severely injured by the dragon-shaped mutated beast's counterattack. His battle prowess was greatly reduced. In a head-on clash, he was no match for Wu Bo at all. At this moment, Lu Ming also launched his attack. Lu Ming directly took out the fallen star bow. Although the other party was injured, he was still a 2-star great emperor. When he went all out, his battle prowess was still very shocking. If he wanted to kill the other party, only the fallen star bow was effective. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and a 9-colored arrow shot toward the other party. The terrifying might cause the other party's expression to change. He could only do his best to block it. Clang! The other party slashed out with his axe, blocking the 9-colored arrow's attack. However, as he retreated, his injuries worsened, worsening the injuries of the evil god tribe member. How could Wu Bo let go of such an opportunity? He launched a barrage of attacks at the other party. This evil god tribe member was already injured and was no match for Wu Bo. With the threat of the fallen star bow, he was naturally no match for Wu Bo. In just a few moves, Wu Bo struck the other party. Bang! Wu Bo's palm struck the other party's body. That spot had already been pierced by the dragon-shaped mutated beast earlier. Now that it was struck, it directly exploded, sending flesh and blood flying. The evil god tribe member screamed miserably. His body was sent flying like a broken sandbag, his aura weak. Lu Ming grabbed the opportunity and shot an arrow. Pooh! The arrow pierced through the other party's head. The other party roared and stopped breathing. With Lu Ming and Wu Bo working together, the two of them easily dealt with that injured evil god tribe member. When the last evil god tribe member saw this scene, he turned pale with fright. He threw a few consecutive moves at Wu Xiu before turning to flee. He understood that if he faced Lu Ming and the other two alone, he would definitely die. Stop him! Wu Xiu shouted and chased after the other party. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming continuously drew the fallen star bow. 2 9-colored arrows flew out, drawing a semicircle in the air. They ran to the front of the evil god tribe member and shot toward him. This evil god tribe member could only brandish his spiked club to block. Although he blocked the 9-colored arrows, his body was blocked. Wu Xiu rushed over quickly, his palms striking out continuously. As for Wu Bo, he also rushed over quickly and joined the battle. With the two brothers working together, their battle prowess increased explosively. The evil god tribe member could no longer break out of the encirclement and could only do his best to block. As for Lu Ming, he appeared not far away with the fallen star bow in his hand. This caused the evil god tribe member to be even more flustered. He had to divert his attention to pay attention to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a pile of origin stones and started to devour the origin chi in them to recover his world power. During this period, he suddenly shot out an arrow. Every time Lu Ming shot out an arrow, he would look for an opening to shoot, catching the other party off guard. With the other party distracted, how could he block the attacks of Wu Xiu and Wu Bo? His body was hit continuously, purple scales flew everywhere, and his bones broke. The evil god tribe member roared furiously, but the result was already decided. After a few more moves, the evil god tribe member's head was pierced through by Wu Xiu, and he died completely. All 5 evil god tribe members died. The 3 of them looked toward that cave. Clearly, this cave was the cave of that dragon-shaped mutated beast from before. Since the 5 evil god tribe members had their eyes on this place, there was definitely a treasure inside. The 3 of them landed in front of the cave. The 3 of us will go in together. Be careful. Although the dragon-shaped mutated beast in the cave has been killed, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be other dangers. Wu Xiu said, appearing very cautious. Lu Ming and Wu Bo nodded. Then, the 3 of them carefully headed toward the cave. The moment they entered the cave, they felt a scorching heat rush over. The 3 of them felt as if their bodies were going to burn up. Lu Ming circulated his world power and 9 types of laws to cover his entire body, resisting the heat in the cave. This was a very large passageway. It was dozens of meters tall and wide. Chapter 23:48. The 3 of them followed the passageway and advanced forward. After about 1,000 meters, they crossed the passageway and arrived in a cave. This cave was very big, and it was crimson red. The temperature was even more shocking, like a furnace. If not for their high cultivation, ordinary people would definitely not be able to withstand it. That is, as soon as they entered, their gazes were attracted to a small pool in the middle of the cave. In that small pool, there was a red liquid. The terrifying temperature was spreading out from that red liquid. This was not magma, because there was extremely rich essence inside. This is liquid fire. Lu Ming muttered. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo's eyes also lit up. Flames were generally like gas. They could be seen but not touched. However, in places with extremely rich flame energy, after hundreds of millions of years of evolution, it would form a strange treasure. That was liquid fire. Liquid fire was an extremely rare treasure. It contained a huge amount of flame essence and was extremely valuable to cultivators. The key was that no matter which path one cultivated, it could be used. Those who cultivated the laws could use it to temper the world's power and condense a small world. Those who cultivated the primordial demon path or the primordial demon path could also use it to temper their unique power. Primordial body cultivators could use it to temper their physical bodies. Even the evil god tribe could use it for cultivation. No matter which path it was, the effect was very shocking. It was no wonder that the 5 evil god tribe members wanted to rush in here, and that dragon-shaped mutated beast was unwilling to leave. The eyes of the 3 of them became fiery. There is quite a lot of liquid fire in this pool. How about we split it equally? Wu Xiu's eyes flashed and looked at Lu Ming. I have no objections. Lu Ming said. I'll take some first. Wu Bo said. Then, with a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared. Wu Bo controlled the jade bottle and flew toward the small pool, wanting to scoop some. However, when the liquid fire entered the jade bottle, it directly burned and turned into ashes, dissipating without a trace. Such high temperature. The few of them were shocked. I don't believe it. Wu Bo waved his hand again, and a box appeared in the air. This box was made of metal and was engraved with runes. The aura it emitted was extremely shocking. This is a true imperial weapon. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Wu Bo controlled the box and flew over, wanting to collect the liquid flame into the box. However, when the liquid flame flew into the box immediately emitted a sizzling sound. Within a few seconds, the box began to burn. A few minutes later, the box followed in the footsteps of the previous jade bottle, turning into ashes and dissipating. The group glanced at each other. The temperature of this liquid flame was too high. Even a true emperor weapon was burnt to ashes. Are we going to use a great emperor weapon? Wu Bo gritted his teeth. Let me. Wu Xiu said. Then, he took out an imperial armament. That imperial armament was truly a great imperial armament. It resembled an alms bowl. However, when the liquid fire was poured into the alms bowl still emitted a sizzling sound, and a burst of light smoke floated out of the alms bowl. Wu Xiu's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly poured out the liquid fire, and then looked at the alms bowl. There were already a few holes in it. Wu Xiu's heart ached so much that he wanted to die. In such a short period of time, his great imperial armament had already been damaged. If he had delayed any longer, his great imperial armament would have been burned through. We can't take it away at all. Wu Xiu sighed, somewhat speechless. The liquid fire couldn't be taken away at all. The temperature was too high. Even a great imperial armament would be damaged. Could it be that they needed a heavenly imperial armament? However, a heavenly imperial armament was extremely precious and rare. Many heavenly emperors didn't have a heavenly imperial armament, so they naturally didn't have one. Since they couldn't take it away, they could only slowly refine it here. However, a large number of experts had entered the Void Divine Island from the heavenly world and the evil god tribe. This place might be discovered by other experts at any time. It was very dangerous to stay here and refine it. Let me try. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Then, light shone from his forehead, and a large cauldron appeared. This was the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was the weapon of the 9 dragons. Its power was incomparably shocking, and it was indestructible. Lu Ming guessed that it was definitely a heavenly imperial armament. Even if it couldn't display its power now, the liquid fire shouldn't be able to do anything to the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming controlled the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to fly out and into the small pool. Then, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron released a powerful suction force that sucked the liquid fire into the cauldron. There was no problem at all. There was nothing wrong with the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. He took the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron back and found nothing strange. It was like an ordinary liquid being poured into a water tank. It works. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo were overjoyed. Lu Ming also relaxed and continued to control the divine nine-dragon cauldron to absorb the liquid fire. Soon, the small pool of liquid fire was completely sucked into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron flew back and was put away by Lu Ming. Let's find a secret place and split it evenly among the three of us. Then, we can slowly refine it. How about it? Lu Ming looked at Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. All right. This time, it's all thanks to brother Lu Ming. Let's quickly leave this place. Wu Xiao's face was full of smiles. Wu Bo was the same. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded and turned to leave. However, the moment Lu Ming turned around, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo launched a sudden attack. Their palms turned transparent and blasted toward Lu Ming. Their power was shocking. This change was extremely sudden. Lu Ming sensed danger and roared. 9 types of laws spread out from his body and covered his whole body. Lu Ming only had time to react before Wu Xiao and Wu Bo's attacks landed on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's body flew out and crashed heavily into the wall of the cave. Everything in the Void's sacred island was under that kind of terrifying pressure at all times. Therefore, it was extremely sturdy. But now, Lu Ming had collided with the wall. The entire cave shook violently. The wall exploded, and a huge, deep pit appeared. Lu Ming lay in the pit and vomited blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Why? Lu Ming shouted angrily. Why? Ha ha ha, who asked you to have so many treasures? Wu Xiao laughed. That's right. That puppet could even kill a 3-star great sovereign and a 4-star great sovereign. If it fell into the hands of us brothers, how strong would it be? Also, the cauldron in your hand can even store liquid fire. It's definitely extraordinary. The number 1 genius of the heaven domain is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming, I'm afraid you have more treasures than this. If we can get them, we will definitely soar to the sky. He he he. Wu Bo laughed coldly, his eyes full of greed. Lu Ming had too many treasures. Moreover, the number 1 genius of the heaven domain must have many fortuitous encounters. If they could take away all of Lu Ming's fortuitous encounters, the 2 brothers would definitely rise to the top. Chapter 2349. Aren't you guys afraid that I'll control that puppet to kill you? Lu Ming asked. At the same time, he used the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. Of course, on the surface, he still had to pretend to be weak to confuse them. Of course I have misgivings. At the start, we didn't dare to make a move against you. However, after we met the evil god tribe a few times, I intentionally asked you to control the puppet and kill the evil god tribe members. However, you didn't do so. This made me suspect that your puppet needs energy. Back then, when facing so many crows, its energy should have been exhausted. Wu Xiao sneered. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. There's no need to say any more. Let's kill him first. This person is a peerless genius. Things might change if we delay. Wu Bo said. That's right. Wu Xiao nodded as a cold light flashed in his eyes. They didn't dare to be careless against Lu Ming. The 2 of them attacked together and used all their strength. Wait a minute. I was the one who saved you when we met those crows. Speaking of which, I'm your savior. Is this how you treat your savior? Lu Ming shouted. Savior? Ha ha ha, what bullshit savior. You're a genius, but you still believe in this. In this world, benefits are the most important. Do you understand? Wu Xiao laughed mockingly. Wu Bo also sneered. The 2 of them stepped toward Lu Ming. However, the 2 of them were very cautious. They set up layers of defense around their bodies, afraid that Lu Ming would counterattack before he died. The 2 of them had used all their strength in the attack just now. They were confident that it was a miracle that Lu Ming didn't die. There was no way he could resist. However, Lu Ming's reputation was there. They had to be careful. Sigh. At this time, Lu Ming sighed. You don't have to sigh. We will help you carry forward your fortuitous encounter. Wu Xiu sneered. I'm sighing because my ancient scripture will be lost from now on. Lu Ming said. Ancient scripture? Wu Xiu and Wu Bo's eyes lit up. That's right, the primal chaos ancient scripture. Lu Ming said. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo's eyes burned with passion. Hand over the primal chaos ancient scripture and we'll give you a quick death. Wu Xiu said. No. If you agree to spare my life, then I'll give you the primal chaos ancient scripture, as well as all of my other treasures. Otherwise, you can only take my treasures. Don't even think about taking the primal chaos ancient scripture. Lu Ming said. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo's eyes flickered. What should we do? Wu Bo transmitted his voice to Wu Xiu. Pretend to agree and give him 2 minutes to inscribe the primal chaos ancient scripture into the jade talisman. His injuries are very serious, and he won't recover for a few days. He won't be able to play any tricks in a few minutes. Wu Xiu transmitted her voice to Wu Bo, and the two of them nodded silently. All right, we agree not to kill you. Inscribe the primal chaos ancient scripture into the jade talisman. Wu Xiu said. Do you think I'll believe you? Swear a blood oath. Lu Ming said. Kid, you're still trying to negotiate with us? You have to understand your situation. You're not qualified to negotiate with us. If you continue to talk nonsense, we'll just give up on the primal chaos ancient scripture and kill you right now. Your treasures will still be ours. Wu Xiu said coldly. Lu Ming, hurry up and inscribe it. We don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Wu Bo shouted coldly, and his killing intent grew colder. All right, I hope you keep your word. Lu Ming said, pretending to be helpless. He took out a jade talisman and started to inscribe. Soon, 2 minutes passed, and Lu Ming was still inscribing. Kid, why are you so slow? You'd better not play any tricks. Wu Xiu said coldly. The primal chaos ancient scripture is the primal chaos emperor's ancient scripture. It's incomparably mysterious, and it's not that easy to inscribe. If you want an incomplete ancient scripture, I'll give it to you right now. Lu Ming curled his lips in disdain. Lu Ming, we'll give you 3 more minutes. If you're still not done after 3 minutes, don't blame us for being ruthless. Wu Xiu said coldly. He was still worried and felt that he couldn't delay any longer. Lu Ming continued to inscribe. Soon, 3 minutes had passed. It's done. At this time, Lu Ming said, and then waved his hand, and the jade talisman flew to Wu Xiu. Wu Xiu was ecstatic. He reached out and took it and quickly checked it. At first glance, Wu Xiu was stunned, and then he revealed a furious look. It's empty, Lu Ming, how dare you lie to us, Wu Xiu roared. But at this moment, Lu Ming's figure suddenly rushed out at an astonishing speed. Behind Lu Ming, there was a pair of wings that flapped rapidly. He dashed toward the passageway and dashed out of the cave. Damn it, Chase. You're courting death. Wu Xiu and Wu Bo were furious and chased after Lu Ming. The 3 of them were very fast, and in an instant, they rushed out of the cave and flew into the distance. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. Although Wu Xiu and Wu Bo tried their best, they couldn't catch up with Lu Ming in a short time. Damn it, how does he still have energy left? Wu Xiu and Wu Bo roared. Previously, the 2 of them had joined forces to launch a surprise attack. Even if it was another 2-star Great Emperor, they would definitely die. It was already a miracle that Lu Ming didn't die. They thought that Lu Ming would definitely be severely injured and wouldn't have any energy left to escape. They didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to burst out with such an astonishing speed. In fact, Lu Ming's injuries were far less serious than they thought. Lu Ming's current physical body was extremely strong, and his defense and vitality were shockingly strong. At the same time, Lu Ming didn't trust Wu Xiu and Wu Bo that much. Secretly, Lu Ming was constantly circulating the indestructible golden body, making his body as hard as a divine weapon. The indestructible golden body in addition to his strong physical body had an astonishing defense. Even if Wu Xiao and Wu Bo launched a surprise attack, although Lu Ming was severely injured, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't retaliate. In addition, Lu Ming purposely wasted time by circulating the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. Lu Ming's injuries were much better now. Just now, Lu Ming had pretended to carve the primal chaos ancient scripture and passed the jade talisman to Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. As expected, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo were overjoyed and relaxed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming made a sudden move and successfully escaped. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape. If I catch up to you, I'll tear you to pieces. Wu Xiao roared. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. He activated the six-feathered divine wings and flew rapidly. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 9-colored arrows flew towards Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. The two of them could only use their own attacks to block them. With their strength, although they could block the 9-colored arrows, it was inevitable that their bodies would be blocked and their speed would be slowed down. Chapter 2350. As Lu Ming flew, he attacked with the fallen star bow. The fallen star bow's attack range was extremely far. Wu Xiao and Wu Bo's figures were blocked. Lu Ming took the opportunity to fly forward for a while, widening the distance between the two sides. I, Lu Ming, will remember today's matter. Keep your heads for now. In the future, I will definitely come and take them personally. A cold voice came out from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming must kill Wu Xiao and Wu Bo. Damn it! Wu Xiao and Wu Bo roared in their hearts. They were incomparably anxious. They knew that Lu Ming was not just saying it. He would definitely do it. The key was that with Lu Ming's talent, he would definitely be able to do it in the future. There was no doubt about this. It would not be long before Lu Ming's battle strength surpassed theirs. Not to mention Lu Ming's talent, even the power behind Lu Ming was incomparably terrifying. The matter of the Lan family had long spread throughout the heaven realm, allowing everyone to recognize Lu Ming's powerful strength. Any one of the Sky Emperors behind Lu Ming could kill them casually. Therefore, they must not let Lu Ming leave. At this moment, the two of them were somewhat regretful. They did not regret attacking Lu Ming, but regretted that they were too confident after attacking and gave Lu Ming too much time. To deal with someone like Lu Ming, once they attacked, they had to kill him with lightning speed. Every minute and second delayed would cause an unforeseen event to occur. They had only given Lu Ming a few minutes, and Lu Ming had escaped from under their noses. Unfortunately, they understood now. It was already too late. Wu Xiao and Wu Bo erupted with all their strength and chased after Lu Ming. They chased after Lu Ming and did not let go. Lu Ming was definitely injured and would not be able to hold on for long. As time passed, they would definitely catch up to him. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, another 2 arrows shot towards them. They could only wave their palms to block the arrows. As a result, their figures were once again blocked, and the distance between them and Lu Ming was once again greatly increased. Damn it, damn it! The two of them roared in their hearts as they madly chased after him. But, they still couldn't change the fact that the distance between them and Lu Ming was growing larger and larger. Just like that, after Lu Ming shot a few arrows, they had already flown out of this blazing land and arrived at a more normal place. This place had verdant hills and limpid waters, and mountain ranges were everywhere. After arriving at this place, Lu Ming rushed down to the ground and ran along the mountain forest. Not long after, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo completely lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it! Wu Xiao and Wu Bo stopped on top of a mountain peak and roared like wild beasts. Both of their palms struck out randomly, and the terrifying palm imprints bombarded the mountain peak, causing the mountain peak to tremble and debris to fly everywhere. At this time, Lu Ming had already entered a hidden cave, and then went deep underground. He moved forward along the ground, and not a trace of aura was emitted from his body. Puff! In the process of moving forward, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was somewhat pale. Although his defense was shocking and his vitality was extremely strong, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo were still two-star great emperors. Their combined strength was truly terrifying. Lu Ming's injuries were still very heavy. Just now, he had used his full strength to continuously draw the fallen star bow. Naturally, his injuries had worsened. However, it didn't matter. With the profoundness of the indestructible ancient scripture, no matter how heavy his injuries were, they were nothing. Lu Ming continued to move forward in the depths of the ground. After an unknown distance, he entered the mountain river diagram and began to circulate the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. In the distance, Wu Xiao and Wu Bo were madly searching for Lu Ming. Lu Ming must be hiding somewhere to heal his injuries. We must find him and kill him. Wu Xiao roared. If they couldn't kill Lu Ming, then the best ending for their lives would be to hide in the Void Divine Island. Once they returned to the Heaven World, they would definitely be killed by the Heavenly Emperor behind Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming must die. Time passed by day. 3 days later, Lu Ming's injuries had completely healed, and he had reached his peak state. Following that, Lu Ming's heart moved. A large cauldron appeared between his eyebrows and landed in front of him. It was the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. In the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, there was liquid fire. Liquid fire can be said to be a top-grade treasure to temper one's physical body. If I refine this liquid fire, the 7 gods' mysterious art will definitely break through. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he controlled the power of the world and rolled out a ball of liquid fire. Chi, the temperature of the liquid fire was shockingly high. Even the power of the world was burning, and it made a sizzling sound. Lu Ming withdrew the power of the world and grabbed the liquid fire in his hand. Chi. Immediately, Lu Ming's palm emitted a burnt smell, and it was about to burn Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming's physical body was extremely strong. Coupled with the immortal golden body, it was comparable to an ordinary Great Emperor weapon. At the same time, he circulated the immortal ancient scripture. Although Lu Ming's body was burned, it recovered at a faster speed. Then, Lu Ming controlled the power of the world and spread out the ball of liquid fire, wrapping Lu Ming's body evenly. Lu Ming began to circulate the 7 gods' mysterious art to refine the liquid fire. With the power of the liquid fire, he began to temper his physical body. 3 days later, the ball of liquid fire was refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's physical body had improved, but he still hadn't broken through the bottleneck. This cultivation is too slow and too gentle. I will enter the cauldron directly. With the strength of my physical body, I should be able to withstand it. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes flashing with madness. He planned to enter the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and soak in the liquid fire. This way, his cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. It could be said that this was an extremely crazy idea. If others knew about it, they would be scared to death. The liquid fire could even burn Great Emperor weapons. If one's physical body entered it, they would probably be burned to death. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. Lu Ming was not included. With the strength of his physical body and the recovery power of the immortal ancient scripture, he could definitely withstand it. Immediately, Lu Ming entered the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Of course, he had already taken off his clothes. With a plop, Lu Ming's entire body was submerged in the liquid fire. Immediately, a tearing pain enveloped Lu Ming's body. Although Lu Ming's physical body was very strong, he was still slowly being burned by the liquid fire and was about to be incinerated. Lu Ming immediately circulated the immortal ancient scripture and his physical body began to recover rapidly. However, the pain didn't lessen in the slightest. Lu Ming focused his mind and cleared his mind. He circulated the 7 gods' mysterious art and began to cultivate. The liquid fire contained a huge amount of energy essence. It was constantly being absorbed by Lu Ming. At the same time, the burning of the liquid fire could also help to temper his physical body. Under the dual effects, Lu Ming's physical body rapidly improved. Half a month later, the 7 gods' mysterious art finally broke through to the 5th level. After breaking through to the 5th level, Lu Ming's physical strength increased crazily. At this point, Lu Ming's physical strength alone was comparable to a great emperor. This was a qualitative leap. Chapter 23:51. The art of the 7 gods' mysterious art had broken through to the 5th level and his physical strength had reached the great emperor realm. Lu Ming's physique had improved in every aspect. Every cell in his body had been tempered and strengthened to the extreme. To be honest, with his current physical strength, even without the indestructible ancient scripture, his vitality was extremely strong. Even if his body was torn apart, he would be able to recover quickly. Now, Lu Ming could withstand the burning of the liquid flame even if he did not use the indestructible ancient scripture. Continue. Lu Ming muttered and continued to use the art of the 7 gods' mysterious art to refine the liquid flame. There was still some liquid flame left in the divine 9-dragon cauldron and Lu Ming planned to refine it all before coming out. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed and Lu Ming had refined the remaining liquid flame. The art of the 7 gods' mysterious art had reached the peak of the early 5th level. However, without breaking through to the mid-5th level, the improvement in his physical strength was limited. The art of the 7 gods' mysterious art could only increase his strength by breaking through the bottleneck. For example, when one broke through to the mid-5th level, their strength would increase tremendously. Without a breakthrough, even if one was at the peak of the early 5th level, their strength would be limited. However, compared to before the art of the 7 gods' mysterious art had broken through, Lu Ming's strength had increased significantly. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long breath and ended his cultivation. He walked out of the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the divine 9-dragon cauldron shrank rapidly and flew into Lu Ming's glabella and disappeared. With my current strength, I should be able to kill a 2-star great emperor. Lu Ming muttered. Before he had a breakthrough, he could easily suppress an ordinary 1-star great monarch with all his moves combined. Now that the art of the 7 gods' mysterious art had broken through and reached the peak of the early 5th level, he could kill a 1-star great emperor with his physical strength alone. He could even kill a 1-star great emperor who had mastered the strongest great Tao. With the help of the power of the world and various laws, he could kill a 2-star great emperor. Wu Xiu, Wu Bo, don't let me see you. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then, Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram and came to the surface. After reaching the surface, Lu Ming headed towards the depths of Void God Island. Lu Ming didn't deliberately search for Wu Xiu and Wu Bo. The Void Divine Island was too big, and a month had already passed. Who knew where the two of them had run off to? The laws here are so gentle. Comprehending them seems to be especially easy. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks, a look of surprise on his face. He carefully sensed it, and it was indeed so. The laws here were especially docile and easy to comprehend. He didn't have this feeling when he was in the land of fire and the desert, but now that he was in a normal land, this feeling was very obvious. Could it be because of that terrifying pressure? Lu Ming guessed and felt that it was very possible. That kind of terrifying pressure was supreme. Even the heavenly Tao would be suppressed, let alone the laws. Under this kind of pressure, the laws became incomparably docile and easy to comprehend. It was just like taming a horse. In the outside world, the laws were like wild horses with wild temperaments. They were extremely difficult to tame and naturally difficult to comprehend. But here, the laws were like docile domestic horses. They were easy to touch, easy to tame, and naturally easy to comprehend. Holy land, this is simply a holy land for comprehending the laws. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a fiery radiance. Lu Ming felt for a while and found that the speed of comprehending the laws here was at least 100 times faster than the outside world. For martial artists below the Great Emperor realm, this was simply a supreme cultivation holy land. Unfortunately, the pressure here was too strong. True emperors couldn't enter, but great emperors could. However, great emperors had already passed the stage of comprehending the laws. This place couldn't be more suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to walk a different path. He wanted to comprehend all the other strongest laws before breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. If he was outside, He didn't know how long this would take. But here, time would be saved greatly. For Lu Ming, this was a great opportunity. Find a place to go into seclusion and comprehend. Lu Ming showed a look of excitement. In Lu Ming's heart, great Tao fragments and heavenly Tao weapons were not as important as comprehending the laws. Lu Ming didn't need those things for the time being. Comprehending the laws would greatly increase Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming wanted to know how amazing it would be if he completely comprehended the 10 strongest laws and evolved them into great Taos. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure moved and flew forward. He planned to find a quiet place with rich origin qi to enter seclusion and comprehend. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. Before long, he flew hundreds of thousands of miles. When Lu Ming flew over a mountain range, 2 rainbow lights suddenly flew out from the mountain range. The rainbow lights were extremely fast. In a flash, one in front and one behind, 2 figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Wu Xiu, Wu Bo. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled slightly, revealing a strange look. He didn't expect to run into Wu Xiu and Wu Bo not long after he came out of seclusion. What a coincidence. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, your luck is really not too good. The 2 of us were lying in ambush here just to try our luck and see if we could run into you. I didn't expect you to really go in this direction. Wu Xiu laughed loudly, but his voice was cold. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. They searched for Lu Ming for more than half a month but found nothing. They might as well wait here to see if they could run into Lu Ming. They didn't expect to really run into him. Is that so? Lu Ming said indifferently. However, Wu Xiu and Wu Bo did not make a move immediately. They looked at Lu Ming somewhat cautiously. They had some misgivings about Lu Ming's puppet. Back then, they had all witnessed the prowess of that puppet. They were afraid that Lu Ming would fill that puppet with energy again over the past month. That shouldn't be possible. That kind of puppet is so strong that it needs a lot of energy. I don't believe he can fill it up so quickly. Wu Xiu transmitted to Wu Bo, his eyes full of greed. That's right. If that puppet could be used, he would have done it already. Wu Bo added. Lu Ming had too many treasures on him. They couldn't give up. Their hearts were completely consumed by greed. However, they didn't make a move right away. They slowly approached Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's aura completely erupted with 9 types of laws revolving around him. It was still the aura of a peak true emperor. Die! Lu Ming charged at Wu Xiu. Lu Ming, no matter how powerful you are merely a true emperor. How dare you fight with me? Wu Xiu shouted with a ruthless glint in his eyes. His palms turned transparent as he attacked Lu Ming. The transparent palm blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming also threw a punch. Seeing that their fists and palms were about to collide, Wu Xiu revealed a look of joy. Chapter 2352. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was only a true emperor. Wu Xiu was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming and even kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overestimating himself and dared to fight him head-on. Wu Xiu increased his strength to the maximum. He wanted to injure Lu Ming severely. Boom! Their fists and palms collided fiercely. Boom! Kacha! When the 2 people's fists and palms collided, an earth-shattering boom erupted. Amidst the boom, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Your strength! Wu Xiu's body retreated as he roared in disbelief. He clashed head-on with Lu Ming, but he was no match for him. Lu Ming broke the bones in his hand with one punch. The terrifying power was like an avalanche, forcing him to retreat. This was unbelievable. Lu Ming was only a true emperor. His cultivation did not increase at all. How could his strength increase so much in just a month? Wu Xiu's mind could not wrap itself around it. Lu Ming would not miss such an opportunity. Taking advantage of Wu Xiu's shock, Lu Ming launched a sure-kill attack. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated rapidly. In an instant, it vibrated at least 1 billion times. In an instant, 1 billion times. This was a terrifying frequency. Lu Ming's muscles and space vibrated, producing a terrifying driving force. Lu Ming's figure instantly dashed toward Wu Xiu at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Then, Lu Ming punched out. Lu Ming used all his strength in this punch. The fist broke through space and pierced through the void, heading towards Wu Xiu's small world. Not good. Wu Xiu's hair stood on end. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. However, it was too late for him to counterattack. He could only retreat quickly and set up layers of defense around his body. Boom! Lu Ming's fist accurately struck Wu Xiu's dantian. An incomparably terrifying force rushed into Wu Xiu's dantian. The power of the great path that covered Wu Xiu's body was instantly torn apart by Lu Ming's power. The surging power bombarded Wu Xiu's small world. Rumble. Wu Xiu's small world shook crazily, and dense cracks appeared. Then, the entire small world exploded. Wu Xiu's body flew out like a meteor, crashing into a mountain peak, creating a large crater. Wu Xiu lay in the pit and screamed crazily. No, 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 Wu Xiu roared as he vomited blood. He found it hard to accept that his small world had been shattered by Lu Ming. With his small world shattered, his cultivation base was completely crippled. Furthermore, he would not be able to live for long. On the other side, Wu Bo was dumbstruck as well. From when Lu Ming and Wu Xiu fought to when Wu Xiu was crippled, only a split second had passed. It was extremely short. In an instant, Wu Xiu was crippled. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming looked coldly at Wu Bo previously. He had purposely revealed his true Emperor Realm cultivation base to make Wu Xiu and Wu Bo careless. This way, he would be able to cripple one of them in an instant. If Wu Xiu and Wu Bo were to join forces, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat them. However, it would be difficult to kill both of them. However, now that Lu Ming had crippled one of them, it would be much easier to deal with the other. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles vibrated as he charged towards Wu Bo. Wu Bo was prepared. With a roar, he unleashed all his might. His palms bombarded Lu Ming continuously. His seemingly transparent palms pierced through the void and blasted toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's fists were constantly punching out. In an instant, he had thrown out hundreds of punches, clashing with Wu Bo. The two exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant. Then, Wu Bo's body retreated and he vomited blood. His palms and arms were completely deformed. The bones inside had been shattered by Lu Ming. Wu Bo's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and turned to run. He couldn't care less about Wu Xiu now. You want to run? Do you think you can? Lu Ming said coldly. His muscles and bones vibrated. With the help of the six-feathered divine wings, Lu Ming's speed completely surpassed Wu Bo's. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming caught up to Wu Bo and threw out a punch. Wu Bo's arms were broken and he couldn't block it. He wanted to dodge, but his speed wasn't as fast as Lu Ming. The punch landed on his head and his head exploded like a watermelon. His soul was also crushed into ashes by Lu Ming's fist. Wu Bo was dead. Puff! Lu Ming reached out his hand and grabbed Wu Bo's dantian. He took out a piece of the realm core from his dantian. The realm core of an emperor realm core was a rare treasure. It contained powerful energy. Then, Lu Ming took Wu Bo's storage ring and walked towards Wu Xiu. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. I curse you to die a horrible death. Wu Xiu knew that he was going to die, so he cursed crazily. Huh, what a joke. You brought this on yourselves. We could have split the liquid flame. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming was their savior. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would have been torn apart by the crows when they first entered the Void's sacred island. However, Wu Xiu and Wu Bo weren't grateful to Lu Ming. They even coveted Lu Ming's treasures and attacked him. Now that they were defeated by Lu Ming, they cursed Lu Ming with resentment. Wasn't that a joke? Ha ha ha. Wu Xiu laughed. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming was right. They brought this on themselves. If they hadn't been greedy, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Not only that, they would have gotten some of the liquid flame. They had brought all of this upon themselves. He punched out and a fist energy engulfed Wu Xiu. When the fist energy disappeared, Wu Xiu turned into ashes. His previous punch had shattered Wu Xiu's small world and destroyed his heart of the world at the same time. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. After putting away Wu Xiu's storage ring, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left this place. Lu Ming kept flying. He only came to a stop after flying for 1,000,000 miles. The origin qi here was very rich. Lu Ming opened up a cave on a mountain peak. After flying into the cave, he sealed the entrance. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave and began to comprehend the laws. Now, Lu Ming wanted to comprehend new laws. Which of the remaining 7 strongest laws should I comprehend first? Lu Ming pondered. The remaining 7 strongest laws were destiny, space-time, reincarnation, primordial chaos, nothingness, eternity, and karma. Of these 7, the strongest was undoubtedly the destiny law. However, Lu Ming didn't plan to comprehend the destiny law for the time being. The destiny law was the most difficult to comprehend. Lu Ming planned to comprehend the other laws first and leave the destiny law for last. After a while, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the primordial chaos law first. Chapter 2353. After his primordial chaos laws reached a certain level of maturity, Lu Ming planned to comprehend samsara laws. When he first met Samsara Emperor, Lu Ming had experienced samsara and had a deep impression of samsara laws. It would be relatively easier for Lu Ming to comprehend these 2 laws. After making up his mind, Lu Ming began to comprehend. His dantian shone, and a small world slowly emerged. Finally, it appeared above Lu Ming's head. The small world looked only 1 meter in size, but upon closer inspection, the mountains and lakes inside were faintly visible. On a vast plain, an ancient tree of enlightenment pierced through the clouds. Now, the enlightenment ancient tree was nearly 800 meters tall. Cultivating under the enlightenment ancient tree was very effective. Lu Ming's soul condensed in the small world and sat cross-legged under the enlightenment ancient tree. This way, the small world and the outside world were connected. The power of laws from the outside world poured into Lu Ming's small world, and the enlightenment ancient tree's function could be unleashed. In this way, Lu Ming's speed of comprehending the laws had increased greatly. In just a few days, Lu Ming's comprehension of primordial chaos laws had already reached a rudimentary level. The reason why it was so fast was that primordial chaos laws and primordial chaos laws were extremely similar and had similarities. The second was because Lu Ming's current realm was high. He had already cultivated 9 types of laws to the 3rd realm, and could fuse different supreme laws. This meant that Lu Ming's understanding and application of laws had already reached an extremely profound realm. Therefore, Lu Ming's speed of comprehending other laws was much faster than before. With all kinds of advantages stacked, Lu Ming's cultivation speed was very fast. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's control of primordial chaos laws also improved rapidly. In just 2 months, Lu Ming cultivated primordial chaos laws to the 2nd realm. During this time, Lu Ming also tried to fuse primordial chaos laws with other supreme laws. Otherwise, Lu Ming's speed would be even faster. Half a year later, Lu Ming had already comprehended the primordial laws to the limits of the 2nd stage. At this time, Lu Ming began to comprehend the samsara laws. Lu Ming's speed of comprehending 2 types of laws at the same time slowed down. At the same time, he had to comprehend while trying to fuse the different laws together. Even so, after a year of seclusion, Lu Ming still managed to cultivate the samsara law to the 2nd level. Furthermore, the primordial chaos law and the samsara law could already fuse with other supreme laws to form new mystique techniques. Without using his physical body, Lu Ming's strength had also increased greatly. After all, it was an ultimate law. Every time he comprehended one more law, after forming a divine ability, Lu Ming's strength would skyrocket. Lu Ming was completely immersed in cultivation, forgetting everything. To him, cultivating here was the greatest opportunity. It could save him a lot of time. If he were to cultivate outside, he would need dozens of times more time. Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating outside for dozens of years. Lu Ming had no intention of stopping and continued to comprehend. Not far from where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion, 3 figures were rapidly fleeing. If Lu Ming saw them, he would definitely be shocked. This was because one of them was Emperor Wu Xiang. The other 2 were the Chaos Heaven Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Emperor. At this time, they were being pursued. The 3 of them were injured. Their bodies were dyed red with blood, especially Emperor Tianhua. His face was pale, and his aura was unstable. He was the most injured. The 3 of them flew quickly, but there were some figures chasing after them. The ones chasing after them were the experts of the foreign races. You can't escape. You'll definitely die. One of the foreign races shouted coldly. Go, don't stop. If we're lucky and meet the experts of the heaven field, we might be saved. Emperor Wu Xiang shouted. He and Emperor Hun Tian carried Emperor Tianhua and flew quickly. However, their speed was reduced, and the foreign races slowly caught up to them. One fled while the other chased. They were approaching the area where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. Kill. There were a total of 5 foreign races behind them. One of them was a 2-star Great Emperor, while the other 4 were 1-star Great Emperors. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 3 were 1-star Great Emperors. At this moment, the 2-star Great Emperor was the fastest. He quickly closed in on Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2. His third eye shot out a ray of destructive light that turned into a battle sword and slashed at the 3 of them. Emperor Wu Xiang had no choice but to stop. He unsheathed his battle sword and slashed out. Clang! 2 rays of sword light collided. Emperor Wu Xiang's body shook violently, and he was sent flying. His face was pale. Although Emperor Wu Xiang had reached the limit of a 1-star Great Emperor, there was still a large gap between him and a 2-star Great Emperor. Go quickly. Emperor Wu Xiang roared. You want to leave? None of you will be able to leave today. The 2-star Great Sovereign said coldly and launched another attack at Emperor Wu Xiang. I'll help you. Emperor Hun Tian said. He charged at Emperor Wu Xiang, and the 2 of them joined forces to fight against their opponents. Even so, they were still no match for their opponents. They were forced to retreat and were at a disadvantage. The other 4 1-star Great Emperors had arrived and surrounded them. They were in a desperate situation. I never thought that the 3 of us would die here today. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 looked at each other and sighed. However, they wouldn't give up so quickly. Even if they had to put their lives on the line, they still had to fight. At this moment, Lu Ming sensed the commotion outside a mountain not far away and ended his cultivation. There's a huge battle outside. Wait, this aura, Lu Ming began to murmur. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. There were 3 auras outside that Lu Ming was extremely familiar with. Immediately, 3 figures appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua. However, hadn't the Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Great Emperor used the Gate of the Realm to send some of the foreign race Great Emperors into the Heaven Realm in order to solve the problem of the foreign races? Hadn't the Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Great Emperor also entered the Heaven Realm? Why would they appear here? Many thoughts appeared in Lu Ming's mind. However, he didn't have much time to think. Lu Ming entered his dantian with a thought. His muscles shook and Lu Ming charged out. Boom! The mountain exploded and debris flew everywhere. Lu Ming charged out of the mountain and stood in the sky. The commotion here naturally alerted Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 Great Emperors and the evil god tribe. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua were stunned when they saw him. Lu Ming? The 3 of them were completely dumbfounded. They had never expected to see Lu Ming here. This was the Void's sacred island. Only great emperors could enter. They had actually bumped into Lu Ming here. Had Lu Ming broken through to the great emperor realm? Wasn't that too fast? Chapter 2354. Another human. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 5 evil god tribe emperors. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's aura exploded. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. This was because Lu Ming's aura was that of a true emperor. Just a true emperor? The 5 evil god tribe emperors couldn't help but show disdain. If he was just a true emperor, how strong could he be even if he could enter this place? Someone has come to die. One of the evil god tribe emperors sneered. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua's faces changed drastically. Lu Ming, go. 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 Don't worry about us. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 shouted anxiously. With Lu Ming's talent, his future was limitless. They couldn't implicate Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face was relaxed. 3 Deans, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward, walking toward Emperor Wu Xiang and the rest. Lu Ming, go. Go. Emperor Wu Xiang was even more anxious. No worries. It won't be too late to leave after I kill these foreign races. Lu Ming chuckled as if these foreign races were lambs that could be killed at any time. Arrogant. A true emperor wants to kill us? In my opinion, he's just bluffing. I'll kill him. A 1-star evil god tribe emperor stepped out and forced his way towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The eyes of martial monarch Wu Xiang and the others flickered with doubt. They knew that Lu Ming wouldn't be so arrogant. He must have something to rely on. Could it be that puppet? A thought flashed across Emperor Wu Xiang's mind. Back then, he had seen Lu Ming use that puppet to defeat the great emperor of the He family. Die. The great emperor of the evil god tribe held a mace in his hand and swung it toward Lu Ming. Wang! Lu Ming's muscles trembled, and his body burst out. In an instant, he appeared in front of his opponent and punched out. Bang! Under this punch, the opponent did not have the slightest ability to resist and was directly torn apart by Lu Ming's violent strength. His body exploded into pieces. 1 punch, instant kill. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua were stunned. The other members of the evil god tribe were also stunned. A 1-star great monarch was instantly killed by a single punch. What kind of battle prowess was this? Even an ordinary 2-star martial monarch would not be able to do that. Kill! Lu Ming let out an explosive bellow. His speed exploded to the extreme as he charged toward the remaining members of the evil god tribe. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on the other party. Let's join hands and kill him. The 2-star great emperor from the evil god race roared as he charged towards Lu Ming. The other members of the evil god tribe also launched attacks. Attack! Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Tian Hua, and Emperor Hun Tian also attacked. Their attacks were directed at the 2-star great emperor from the evil god tribe so that he could not attack Lu Ming with his full strength. Boom! 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 Lu Ming continuously punched out. The terrifying fist force brought about a violent spatial storm that drowned a few members of the evil god tribe. Bang! 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 The 3 1-star emperor realm evil god tribesmen directly exploded. Not even their corpses remained. Nothing was left behind. How is this possible? The remaining 2-star great emperor from the evil god tribe roared in disbelief. A true emperor killing great emperors like chopping vegetables. How was this possible? Of course, this was just Lu Ming's cover-up. His law system was only at the true emperor realm, but his physical body was already at the great emperor realm. Otherwise, no matter how strong a true emperor was, he would not be able to kill a great emperor so easily. Of course, this was also Lu Ming's intention. He purposely concealed his aura to shock the evil god tribe. This way, his battle prowess would naturally weaken. Kill. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and charged towards the two-star Great Emperor from the evil god tribe. The fate of this evil god tribe member was already decided. Lu Ming alone was enough to kill him. In addition, with the help of Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Han Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua, this evil god tribe member would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Lu Ming continuously punched out. 9-colored light flashed and he was like an invincible god of war, completely suppressing his opponent. Bang! Bang! The terrifying fist force landed on the evil god tribe member, breaking his bones and tendons. In the end, his body exploded. After Lu Ming made his move, the 5 members of the evil god tribe were all killed in an instant. This, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Tian Hua, and Emperor Han Tian exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with astonishment. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming had something to rely on and that he had a powerful external force. That was why he was so calm. They did not expect Lu Ming to rely on his own combat ability to kill 5 members of the evil god tribe. The key was that this was a complete suppression. He killed the 5 members of the evil god tribe as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Compared to when he killed Wu Xiao and Wu Bo, Lu Ming's strength had increased by a little. Reincarnation law and primordial law had already reached a certain level. After merging them, it was naturally easier for him to kill ordinary 2-star great emperors. 3 Deans, I trust you have been well since we last met. Lu Ming walked over and cupped his fists. Back then, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Tian Hua, and Emperor Han Tian had established the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy. Their purpose was to nurture the geniuses of the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy. They were selfless. Back then, Lu Ming had also received a lot of help in the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy. Otherwise, he might not have achieved what he had today. Therefore, he was still very respectful to the 3 Deans. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that in just over 20 years, your battle strength has already reached such a level. You are already far above us. Emperor Han Tian sighed, feeling a lot of emotions. Over 20 years was just a snap of the fingers for a great emperor. Back then, when they first met Lu Ming, although Lu Ming's talent was very high, in their eyes, he was just a little guy. There was still a boundless distance between him and the great emperor realm. But now, Lu Ming's strength was actually above them. They would never have dreamed that. Of course, they were also happy for Lu Ming's achievements. If it weren't for the guidance of the 3 Deans back then, how could Lu Ming have today's achievements? Lu Ming smiled and said, Deans, back then when you entered the gate of world viewing, where did you appear? Why did you come to the Void Divine Island? Lu Ming asked. We were lucky. When we entered the gate of world viewing, we happened to appear in the Taiqing Heaven Domain. Those great Emperor Realm foreign tribes were also killed by the experts of the Taiqing Heaven Domain. Emperor Han Tian explained. Later on, things were simple. Emperor Wu Xiang found Emperor Han Tian and Emperor Tian Hua. The 3 of them cultivated together, and when the Void Divine Island appeared, the 3 of them teamed up to explore. We were quite lucky when we entered the Void Divine Island. We found some fortunate encounters and treasures, but some time ago, when we were about to go to the Void Divine Pagoda, we encountered these foreign tribes and were chased by them. Emperor Wu Xiang explained. The Void Divine Pagoda? Lu Ming was startled. He was a little curious. Chapter 2355. The Void Divine Pagoda is an ancient building on the Void Divine Island. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't know, Emperor Wu Xiang explained. The Void Divine Island was the dojo of a supreme existence. Naturally, there were many ancient ruins and buildings on it. Many of them were left behind by the supreme existence's disciples. Usually, they would contain some treasures. The Void Divine Pagoda was a famous building in a large area. The evil god tribe and the heaven world's experts discovered it at the same time. Now, both sides were fighting for control of the Void Divine Pagoda. Many people heard the news and rushed to the Void Divine Pagoda. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two also heard the news and rushed there. They didn't expect to meet the evil god tribe halfway and be chased down. I see. After hearing this, Lu Ming nodded. To be honest, he had been on the Void Divine Island for more than a year and hadn't seen this building. He couldn't help but be curious. Lu Ming, do you want to take a look together? There might be many treasures inside. There might even be heavenly Dao soldiers. Emperor Wu Xiang said. At the mention of heavenly Dao soldiers, even the eyes of Emperor Wu Xiang and the others were burning. Heavenly Dao soldiers were too precious. Even heavenly emperors would fight for them. How could ordinary people not be moved? Okay, I've been in seclusion for this period of time. I was thinking of walking around. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two led the way. The group of four headed in the direction of the Void Divine Pagoda. Their luck wasn't bad. For a few days, they didn't meet the evil god tribe. 3 days later, they arrived at their destination. From afar, they saw a huge pagoda. It seemed to be made of bronze. It pierced the sky and reached into the clouds. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the bottom of the pagoda, they saw a large number of figures. On one side, there were more than 100 people from the evil god tribe. On the other side, there were more than 100 people from the heaven world. These were all heavenly emperors. At this moment, both sides were confronting each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Lu Ming and the others looked around and saw that the bottom of the pagoda was full of potholes. There were traces of a great battle. They even saw the corpses of the evil god tribe and the heaven world. It was clear that a huge battle had taken place not long ago. When Lu Ming's group of four arrived, many people's gazes fell on them. Lu Ming, it's you. A cold voice rang out. Lu Ming looked over and found an acquaintance in the crowd. Lan Jia was a great emperor of the Lan family. Previously, he was defeated by Lu Ming at the drill ground of the Two-World City. There were a few other people standing next to Lan Jia. They looked at Lu Ming coldly, and their eyes flickered with killing intent. Are they all from the Lan family? Lu Ming guessed. As soon as they saw him, they revealed killing intent. Lu Ming guessed that those people were probably from the Lan family or the Yan family. Lu Ming ignored him. Together with Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two, he flew toward the crowd in the heaven realm and joined them. Some people were delighted. After all, the more people there were in the heaven realm, the stronger they would be. Lu Ming looked around and found that there was a door in the pagoda. The door was tightly shut and did not open. Lu Ming and the others asked around and found out that there were formations around the door. Previously, both sides had attacked the pagoda, but they did not manage to break through. Later, the heaven realm and the evil god tribe had a conflict. Both sides fought, but their strength was about the same. There was no clear victor. Swish. Swish. Not long after Lu Ming and the others arrived, there was the sound of air being torn apart. A few figures flew over. They were from the evil god tribe. Clearly, people from both sides had heard the news and rushed over. As time passed, the number of people on both sides increased, but they did not attack. Both sides were about the same in strength, so they had their reservations. Just like that, the tense atmosphere lasted for 7 to 8 days. Everyone from the heaven realm, if this goes on, none of us will be able to enter the pagoda. How about this? Let's work together and break open the door of the pagoda. After we enter the pagoda, we'll decide the victor. At this moment, a burly evil god tribe member stepped out and spoke. On the heaven realm side, many people looked at each other and asked for each other's opinion. I think it's feasible. If this goes on, it will only be a waste of time. It won't be too late to kill the other races after we enter the pagoda. A middle-aged man in blue robes said. This person was an expert from the Lan family. It was said that his cultivation had reached the level of a 3-star great emperor. He was one of the top experts in the heaven realm. I think it's feasible too. Another 3-star great emperor said. Soon, both sides came to an agreement. They were prepared to break open the door of the pagoda first. Both sides took a direction and started to attack from afar. Swish. 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 Attacks broke through the void and blasted toward the door of the pagoda. There were a few hundred great emperors on both sides. When they attacked together, the momentum was extremely shocking. Hundreds of attacks blasted toward the door. However, when these attacks were about to land on the door lit up. Strange patterns appeared on it, forming a light barrier. Boom! Boom! When those attacks landed on the light barrier, they were all blocked by it. The light barrier kept on vibrating, but it was not broken. Continue. Someone shouted. Everyone continued to attack. On the evil god tribe's side, almost all of them used their third eye to attack. Beams of destructive light turned into all kinds of weapons and beasts that pounced toward the door. On the heaven realm's side, there were all kinds of magical skills. The great Tao intertwined, dazzling and colorful. All kinds of magical skills dazzled Lu Ming. That great array was absolutely shocking. With so many great emperors attacking it together, it actually did not break open in a short time. However, that light barrier was vibrating violently. It seemed like it would not be able to hold on for long. Crack. A short moment later, cracks began to appear on the light barrier. Numerous cracks began to appear on the light barrier. Boom. In the end, the light barrier exploded. Attacks landed on the door of the huge pagoda. Boom. 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 The door shook. However, the strange thing was that with so many attacks, the huge pagoda did not shake at all. It was as stable as a rock. Creak. Then, under the attacks of so many people, the door slowly opened. After a while, the door was completely open. However, behind the door was a blur. They could not see what was behind the door. Go in. Someone from the evil god tribe shouted and rushed in. Let's go in too. The people from the heaven realm shouted. They all soared into the air and rushed toward the door. Lu Ming and the others also blended into the crowd and rushed in. Hundreds of people rushed through the door in an instant. After Lu Ming and the others rushed through the door, they felt as if they had passed through a blurry wall. Then, they appeared in an empty space. Crack. After they entered, the door closed automatically. Chapter 23:56. This place is, after everyone entered the huge pagoda, they were shocked when they saw what was in front of them. This was because the situation here was very different from what they had imagined. Originally, they thought that after entering the huge pagoda, they would arrive at the interior of the pagoda. But looking ahead, it was extremely spacious. In front of them, there were overlapping mountains. On top of the mountains, there were many huge palaces. This place did not look like the interior of a huge pagoda at all. Instead, it looked like a paradise. There is definitely a great opportunity here. Many people's eyes lit up. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and exclaimed. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw that runes had appeared in the sky. Those runes were like runes, and they emitted a resplendent light. Then, a young man who looked to be in his teens appeared. There's actually someone here? No, this person is not a physical body. He is an illusory body. When this teenager appeared, many people were shocked. But they also discovered that this teenager was not a physical body and had no aura of life. Haha, no one has come in for so many years. Now that someone has finally come in, there is finally something fun to play with. The teenager opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Ming and the others. He seemed to be very excited. Who are you? Someone asked. Me? I am the spirit of this place. Didn't you notice that this place is enveloped by a large array? The teenager smiled. His eyes kept darting around as if he was more interested. Spirit of the array. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. They were very surprised. Only some very mysterious and powerful arrays could give birth to spirit of the array after a long period of time. The spirit of the array had spiritual intelligence and was no different from ordinary people. Let me tell you something. Once you enter this place, you won't be able to get out. The teenager continued to smile. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Won't be able to get out? What did that mean? What do you mean? An expert from the evil god tribe said with an ugly expression. If you can't get out, it means you can't get out. You will have to stay here for the rest of your lives. The teenager pursed his lips and explained again. I don't believe it. Since we can enter, we can also leave. As long as we break this large array, it will be fine. The 3-star martial emperor from the Lan family shouted. Many people's eyes lit up. That's right. If they could break through the large array to enter, they could also break through the large array to get out. Everyone, let's join forces to break through the large array and open that door. The 3-star martial emperor from the Lan family shouted. All right, let's go. The others responded. Boom. Boom. On the heaven realm side, more than 100 great emperors attacked at once. Dazzling rays of light blasted towards the door. This time, there was also light circulating around the gate, and a screen of light appeared. All of the attacks landed on the light screen, but they were like mud in the sea. There was no movement at all, not even the slightest ripple. Everyone's expression turned unsightly. Previously, when they were outside, they could at least cause the light barrier to tremble violently when they struck the door. However, it was completely still now. Continue. The 3-star great sovereign of the Lan clan roared. Everyone continued to attack, but the result was the same. There was no impact at all. Everyone, let's attack together. Otherwise, all of you will have to stay here. Someone looked toward the expert from the evil god race. All right, let's attack together. The expert from the evil god race nodded. When facing such a situation, both sides had no choice but to join forces again. In the sky, the young man had a faint smile on his face as he watched calmly. There was a faint disdain on his face. Whoosh. Whoosh. This time, the evil god race and the beings from the heaven realm attacked together. Their momentum was extremely shocking. However, the result was no different from before. Their attacks landed on the light screen, not even the slightest ripple was created. Not even the slightest ripple was created. Continue. Someone roared. They kept attacking, but it was useless. It's useless. Lu Ming's expression was also somewhat ugly as he stopped attacking. How can this be? Someone roared in disbelief. Just now, they had broken through the array formation outside, opened the door, and rushed in. Why couldn't they do it now? Let me tell you. Just now, you broke through the array formation outside on purpose. At that time, the array formation's power was only 1% of what it is now. The array formation here can't be broken without the cultivation of a heavenly emperor. The young man said indifferently. What? Only a heavenly emperor can break it? Everyone's expression was incomparably ugly. I can't do it. Someone roared and rushed toward the door. However, halfway there, he was blocked by a layer of light screen. He kept attacking, but the terrifying energy blasted into the light screen and disappeared. Since attacking the door doesn't work, then attack this array spirit. Take it down and force it to open the door. Someone roared. That's right, take down this array spirit. Attack. Immediately, at least 100 experts rushed into the sky. There were beings from both the evil god race and the heaven realm. Lu Ming didn't move. He had an intuition in his heart that it wouldn't be that simple. Sure enough, when the 100 experts approached the array spirit, lines appeared in the sky. A layer of light screen covered the array spirit. Over 100 experts attacked, all kinds of attacks bombarding the array spirit. However, the effect was the same as the previous attack on the door. All the attacks were blocked by the layer of light screen, not causing the slightest ripple. Damn it. Many people roared, but it was useless. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't attack the array spirit. It's useless. Give up. Without the cultivation of a heavenly emperor, you can't break this array at all. No one has come in for countless years. You guys can accompany me here in peace. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed loudly, extremely excited. After he gained sentience, no one had come in for countless years. He was lonely. Now that someone had come in, he was naturally excited. Are we really going to be trapped here for the rest of our lives? Some people were in despair. Only a heavenly emperor could break through. The entire Void Divine Island had a supreme pressure that prevented the heavenly emperor from entering. If the heavenly emperor couldn't enter, no one could save them. You guys don't have to think about other exits. There is only one exit here. The array spirit laughed happily. It seemed that it found it interesting to see others in despair. Is there really no way to get out? Someone asked unwillingly. Of course, it's not that there's no way. Back then, my master, the person who set up this array, left a way out. At this time, the array spirit thought for a while and said. Everyone was ecstatic. What way out? Someone asked excitedly. As long as there was a way out, there was hope to get out. As long as there was hope, there would always be a way out. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man, waiting for his answer. Chapter 23:57. Let me tell you. Back then, Master left 8 array discs here. As long as you find the 8 array discs, you can open this door. The young array spirit said. 8 array discs? May I ask where the 8 array discs are? Someone asked. In this mountain and river, in this palace. The young man pointed to the mountains in front of him and said, there might be array discs in all these places. Moreover, the 8 array discs are in different positions. Alright, we'll find these array discs now. Someone said. Although this place was vast, it shouldn't be difficult to find the 8 array discs. Wait a minute, don't be anxious. I still have a condition. The array spirit's gaze turned and swept across the people from the evil god tribe and heaven realm. You people should be divided into 2 factions. My condition is that only one of you can leave. In other words, only one of you can leave this place alive and gather all 8 array discs. After saying that, the array spirit smiled happily as if he was looking forward to it. Only one faction can leave this place alive. Many people were shocked. Boom. Boom. At this moment, everyone erupted with shocking aura and killing intent as they looked at each other. Great, kill all these heaven realm beings and we can leave this place. Someone from the evil god tribe said ferociously. Kill us all? You are the ones who will die. On the heaven realm side, there were also people with cold killing intent. The 2 sides were originally mortal enemies. Now that the array spirit had set such a condition, the scene could be imagined. Instantly, the atmosphere was tense. Kill. You are the one who will die. The people who were closest to each other suddenly attacked each other and started killing each other. This was like a fuse that instantly lit up the entire place. Kill the evil god tribe. Kill all these heaven realm bastards. The people from both sides charged together and engaged in an intense battle. The scene was constantly rumbling. In the next moment, someone screamed and was killed here. Lu Ming, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Huo were also fighting with a few evil god tribe members. However, Lu Ming did not unleash his full strength. He realized that the combat strength of both sides was not much different. They should not fight to the death now. Sure enough, after fighting for a while, both sides lost more than a dozen people, and the experts on both sides retreated and started to confront each other. There was not much difference in strength between the 2 sides. If they continued to fight, it was likely that both sides would be injured. At that time, no one would be able to leave. Both sides faced each other, swords drawn and bows bent. In my opinion, we should go and look for the disc array first. There must be some opportunities in this place. While looking for the disc array, we should also look for opportunities to hunt down the aliens and weaken their strength. Then, we can wipe them all out. That's right. I think it's doable too. If we encounter any fortuitous encounter, it can also increase our strength. By then, it will be much easier to kill the non-human kind. Some people were discussing in secret. In the end, the Heaven Realm reached an agreement. However, the evil god tribe seemed to have similar thoughts. After the two sides faced each other for a while, they retreated. Go. In the end, the people of the evil god race headed to the right, rushing towards the mountain range and the palace. Let's go too. The people from the Heaven Realm rushed to the right. I hope you guys have fun. In the sky, the young array spirit showed an expectant smile and disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming and the others flew for a while. Wait a minute. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone stopped and looked at the person who had just spoken. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The person who had asked everyone to stop was the 3-star Great Emperor from the Lan family. Brother Lan, why did you ask us to stop? Someone asked. There are some people among us who are not qualified to walk with us. The middle-aged 3-star Great Emperor from the Lan family said coldly, looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The faces of Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tian Hua darkened. The others also looked at Lu Ming and the others, revealing a look of realization. The grudge between Lu Ming and the Lan family had spread like wildfire in the Heaven Realm. Not many people did not know about it. Now, the Lan family was going to make things difficult. Lu Ming, you guys can leave. You are not welcome here. The middle-aged man from the Lan family said coldly. At the side, Lan Jie sneered and stared coldly at Lu Ming. The Lan family did not dare to kill Lu Ming openly because there were too many heavenly emperors behind Lu Ming. If word got out, the Lan family would not be able to handle it. However, they only asked Lu Ming to leave. This way, the heavenly emperors behind Lu Ming could not say anything. Now, the Heaven Realm beings and the evil god tribe would not rest until one of them was dead. Lu Ming and the others were separated from the main group. Once they encountered the evil god tribe would definitely not let them go. They would kill them and weaken the Heaven Realm's strength. This was the Lan family's plan. Let us leave. There are so many people here. Your Lan family does not have the final say. Emperor Wu Xiang replied. Oh. Is that so? The 3-star Great Emperor from the Lan family sneered. He then looked at the others and said, Everyone, do you want to work with Lu Ming or my Lan family? If you want to work with Lu Ming, please go ahead. My Lan family will not accompany you. After saying that, a group of people stood beside the 3-star Great Emperor of the Lan family. There were more than 10 of them. These people were from the Lan family's headquarters. There were also people like the Yen family who had a good relationship with the Lan family. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, many people's eyes lit up. I am willing to work with the Lan family. Of course I am willing to work with Brother Lan. Soon, some people walked toward the Lan family with smiles on their faces. This area was the periphery of the Void Sacred Island. Those who were active were all low-level Great Emperors. High-level Great Emperors who were 4-star and above had already entered the depths of the Void Sacred Island to look for better opportunities. This time, the people who had entered the array had the highest cultivation base. They were all 3-star Great Emperors. Among them, there were not many 3-star Great Emperors. Every single one of them was the strongest among them. Every single one of them would be crucial to the fight for the array disc and the hunt for the evil god tribe. One had to know that the evil god tribe also had a few 3-star Great Emperors. Without a 3-star Great Emperor, they would not be able to contend against the evil god tribe. The 3-star Great Emperor from the Lan family was almost at the peak of the 3-star Great Emperors. His battle strength was extremely shocking. Working with Lu Ming? What a joke. Was he courting death? Now, they naturally chose to work with the Lan family. In their minds, Lu Ming was only a true emperor. Although his battle strength was shocking, he was at most equivalent to a one-star great emperor. He would not affect the overall situation. The beings from the heaven domain stood beside the Lan family. Lu Ming, Emperor Wu Xiang, and the other two were slowly isolated. The middle-aged man from the Lan family, Lan Jia, and the others smiled. Lu Ming had left the group and was killed by the evil god tribe. They could not be blamed for this. Chapter 23:58. Despicable. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua had ugly expressions. It doesn't matter. Since they don't welcome us, let's go. Lu Ming was very straightforward. He turned around and left. Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two followed behind Lu Ming. I hope the evil god tribe kills him. The middle-aged man from the Lan family sneered. His name was Lan Kong and he was one of Blue Cloud's uncles. In the past, Lu Ming had humiliated the Lan family in public and even killed Blue Cloud. Many people in the Lan family hated Lu Ming. Lan Kong was even more so. If it weren't for the heavenly emperor behind Lu Ming, he would have killed Lu Ming personally. Let's go. After Lu Ming and the others left, the people from the heaven world flew toward the mountain range. Lu Ming and the others did not fly but walked on the ground. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain. They took out some origin stones and started refining them to recover. They had just experienced a great battle and needed time to recover. Soon, they were fully recovered. Lu Ming, what are your plans? Emperor Wu Xiang asked. This area should be the cave of an expert. There might be some opportunities left behind. Wouldn't it be a pity if we miss it? Lu Ming said with a smile. So what if they left the group? Lu Ming was not worried. His current battle strength was enough to kill a two-star great emperor. With the indestructible ancient scripture's powerful recovery ability, he was not afraid even if he faced a three-star great emperor. Immediately, the group of four charged towards the palaces in the mountain range. Soon, they arrived at a mountain peak. There was a palace on this mountain peak. However, there were figures flickering in the palace. They were the other living beings of the heaven world. It was obvious that this place had been occupied. Lu Ming and the others left the place and went in another direction. This region was extremely vast, stretching as far as the eye could see, vast and boundless. Soon after, they arrived at another mountain peak with a palace, which was also occupied by someone else. The four of them didn't stop and continued forward. Slowly, they deviated from their original direction and moved closer to the left. There's someone ahead. After a while, Lu Ming muttered to himself as he noticed some movement up ahead. They found a secluded place and looked forward. Up ahead, there was a cliff. It looked very ordinary, nothing out of the ordinary. However, at this moment, there were a few members of the evil god clan wandering around the bottom of the cliff, patrolling the area. Is there something wrong here? Lu Ming's group of four was startled. Then, they began to observe patiently. At the foot of the broken cliff, a total of 4 people from the evil god race were searching continuously. Are you sure there are treasures here? A member of the evil god race asked with some uncertainty. It shouldn't be wrong. I can sense that there's something incredible here. Let's keep looking. There must be something fishy. An evil god race member with 4 arms spoke. His figure was nimble, flickering incessantly below the cliff. Found it. Suddenly, the evil god race member with 4 arms exclaimed in surprise. He lay on the cliff and pointed his finger continuously. Beams of light entered the stone wall. Gotcha! All of a sudden, the stone wall cracked open, and a crack appeared in it. It appeared. The evil god race members were overjoyed. In the distance, the eyes of Lu Ming's group also lit up. They didn't expect that an ordinary cliff would have another world. This place was so secretive. There might really be treasures inside. There are 4 evil god race members and only 1 2-star great emperor. We can easily deal with them. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two. The three of them nodded, and a glint flashed in their eyes. Then, the four of them retracted their auras and ran along the ground toward the cliff. In a few breaths' time, the four of them were close to the cliff. Who's there? When they were close, a member of the evil god race discovered them and immediately shouted. Swish! Lu Ming directly made his move and charged toward that two-star Great Emperor. As for Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two, they also charged toward the other three members of the evil god race. It was 4 against 4. Human, you're courting death. That two-star Great Emperor had 4 arms, and 4 sharp blades appeared on his 4 arms. His figure flashed, and his speed was shocking. The 4 sharp blades slashed toward Lu Ming. Swish! 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 4 sharp blades slashed toward Lu Ming's 4 vital points with shocking speed. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated. In an instant, the frequency of the vibrations exceeded 1 billion times. The super-strong vibrations burst forth with terrifying power. The void exploded, and endless void storms swept in all directions. The sharp blades of the evil god race member were directly destroyed. Boom! Then, Lu Ming punched out. The fist force crushed through, and that evil god race member groaned. His body flew out like a cannonball, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. He was severely injured in one move. Not good, run. That evil god race member knew that he had met an opponent he couldn't defeat. He shouted and wanted to escape. However, Lu Ming was faster than him. In a flash, he caught up to him. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched out continuously. 11 types of light flashed on his body. 11 types of laws erupted at the same time. The evil god race member couldn't resist at all. He was directly crushed by Lu Ming's fist force. With a miserable cry, his body was torn into pieces. After killing this evil god race member, Lu Ming didn't stop. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward the other 3 evil god race members. Those 3 evil god race members were only 1-star Great Emperors. The difference between them and Lu Ming was too great. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Lu Ming killed them all with 1 punch. After killing the 4 evil god race members, Lu Ming stored their corpses in his small world. Then, the 4 of them came before the crack. There seemed to be a tunnel behind the crack. The 4 of them didn't hesitate and entered the tunnel. The tunnel wasn't very long. It was only a few thousand meters long. After passing through the tunnel opened up. In front of him was a huge stone chamber. However, this stone chamber was completely empty. There was nothing inside. There's an entrance there. Lu Ming looked ahead. Inside the stone chamber, there was a stone door that was half open. The 4 of them walked over and discovered that there was a stone staircase behind the stone door. It was slanted downwards. The 4 of them walked down the stone staircase. Soon, they arrived at a huge underground secret room. This secret room was also very spacious. There were only 2 metal boxes in the middle of the secret room. Their eyes lit up. The 4 of them carefully approached the metal boxes, worried that there was a formation on them. However, when the 4 of them approached, they didn't find anything strange. Lu Ming took the lead. He arrived at one of the metal boxes and opened it. Immediately, he discovered many rings inside. There were a total of 9 storage rings. Lu Ming picked one up and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He was immediately overjoyed. Origin stones. The storage ring was filled with origin stones. Furthermore, they were all peak-grade origin stones. He didn't know how many there were. Then, Lu Ming picked up another storage ring. He discovered that it was also filled with origin stones. Furthermore, they were all peak-grade origin stones. Chapter 23:59. Afterward, Lu Ming looked at the 8 storage rings. They were all primordial stones and they were all supreme-grade primordial stones. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Lu Ming laughed. Supreme-grade origin stones were useful even to great emperors and heavenly emperors. Absorbing the origin chi from the origin stones could help one condense a small world and strengthen one's world energy. However, it wasn't as fast as chaos stones or primordial stones. What's inside? Emperor Wuxiang and the others were also looking forward to it. Origin stones, they're all origin stones. Lu Ming handed the 8 storage rings to Emperor Wuxiang and the others. They were overjoyed when they saw the contents. With so many origin stones, even if they were great emperors, they would be able to use them for a long time. Lu Ming picked up the 9th storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. The 9th storage ring wasn't filled with origin stones, but chaos stones and primordial stones. The 9th storage ring was filled with chaos stones and primordial stones. Moreover, there were so many of them. Lu Ming did a rough calculation. There were no less than 10,000 chaos stones and primordial stones. What did 10,000 chaos stones mean? Back when the Lan family held a banquet and offered 100 chaos stones as a reward, it shocked the entire heavenly domain. All the geniuses gathered. Lin Xiaofeng, who was originally the first place of the 9 absolutes, also went to the Lan family for 100 chaos stones. If 100 chaos gems had such a value, wouldn't 10,000 chaos gems cause a stir if word got out? Although primordial stones weren't as effective as chaos stones, 3 primordial stones were equivalent to 2 chaos stones. There were about 10,000 chaos stones in each storage ring. One had to know that chaos stones and primordial stones were products of the beginning of the world. They were irreplaceable treasures. Every time one was used, there would be one less. After countless years, chaos stones and primordial stones had become very scarce. However, there were 10,000 chaos stones in each storage ring. This was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Seeing Lu Ming in a daze, Emperor Wuxiang and the others were curious. After a long while, Lu Ming finally recovered. He handed the storage ring over to Emperor Wuxiang to take a look. Emperor Wuxiang and the others were petrified when they saw the contents. After a long while, the 3 of them finally reacted. Their eyes widened in surprise. Then, the 4 of them looked at the other big box. There were already so many treasures in one chest. What kind of treasures would the other chest contain? They were all filled with anticipation. Lu Ming walked over and opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, a bright light shone from within. Following that, balls of light rushed out from the box. What is it? Lu Ming was startled. He quickly retreated and looked at the balls of light. There were a total of 36 balls of light. Within each ball of light, there was an object that looked like a piece of glass. It emitted a brilliant and mysterious aura. The aura of the Great Tao. Lu Ming's eyes widened. He could sense the aura of the Great Tao from each of the balls of light. It was very similar to the aura of the martial monarch realm. It's a Great Tao fragment. It's really a Great Tao fragment. Emperor Wuxiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua shouted excitedly. Great Tao fragment. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Martial monarchs comprehended the Great Tao. Great Tao fragments could be refined by martial monarchs to increase their comprehension of the Great Tao. It could even help them break through their bottlenecks. However, Great Tao fragments were extremely rare. Theoretically speaking, there was a chance that a Great Tao fragment would appear after a martial monarch was killed. However, the probability was extremely low. Also, it was possible for a heavenly emperor to nurture a Great Tao fragment. There were even invincible figures who could refine Great Tao fragments from the Great Tao of heaven and earth. However, such items were in short supply. Once a Great Tao fragment appeared, it would be snatched up by martial monarchs. Great Tao fragments were priceless treasures to martial monarchs. Whoosh! Whoosh! 36 balls of light flew in the sky. Some of them even flew towards the exit. Quick, don't let the great Tao fragments fly away. Martial Monarch Wuxiang shouted as he flew towards the great Tao fragments. At the same time, Lu Ming, Martial Monarch Wuxiang, and Martial Monarch Wuxiang also moved. Their figures flickered as they pounced towards the great Tao fragments. Lu Ming was extremely fast. With a wave of his hand, a huge palm condensed from the great Tao fragments. It grabbed a great Tao fragment and put it away in a storage ring. Then, it flew towards the other great Tao fragments. The four of them acted together. In less than a minute, the 36 great Tao fragments were collected by the four of them. Ha ha ha. Martial Monarch Wuxiang and the others laughed. The harvest this time was too great. A large number of supreme-grade origin stones, more than 10,000 chaos stones and primordial stones, and 36 great Tao fragments. If others knew about this, it would probably cause a commotion and lead to a bloody fight. A great opportunity, this was truly a great opportunity. This place was so secretive. There were indeed many treasures. Then, the four of them searched the place again and confirmed that there were no other treasures. Let's leave this place first. Martial Monarch Wuxiang said. The others nodded and walked towards the exit. Through the passage, they arrived outside the cliff. However, as soon as they arrived outside, their expressions changed. Because there were people outside. Lan Jia. Lu Ming saw Lan Jia at a glance. There were 6 other people. Including Lan Jia, there were a total of 7 people. Lu Ming. Lan Jia also saw Lu Ming immediately. The 7 of them stared at Lu Ming and the others with burning eyes. Lu Ming, what did you get in there? Hand it over. Lan Jia shouted, his eyes flickering with a cold light. We didn't get anything in there. Lu Ming replied casually. You didn't get anything? Do you think I'm an idiot? This place is so secretive. There must be treasures. Give us your storage rings and open your small world for us to search. I don't believe there are no treasures. Lan Jia said coldly. Are you an idiot? Lu Ming glanced at Lan Jia indifferently and said coldly, also, who do you think you are? Even if there are treasures in there? Why should I let you search? Lu Ming, you. Lan Jia's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, today, even if you don't want us to search, we have to. You don't have a choice. Boom. Boom. Beside Lan Jia, powerful auras burst out from the other 6 people. Powerful pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. 2 2-star Great Emperors and the rest are 1-star Great Emperors. Lu Ming instantly judged the other party's strength and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. No wonder Lan Jia was so confident. The 2 2-star Great Emperors were indeed powerful. In Lan Jia's opinion, they were enough to crush Lu Ming. Chapter 2360. The 7 of them unleashed their auras at the same time. The pressure of the Great Emperor realm surged towards Lu Ming's group like a storm. Especially the 2 2-star Great Emperors. Their auras were even more terrifying. Wuxiang, Han Tian, and Heavenly Fire Emperor shuddered and took 2 steps back. Lu Ming, surrender and hand over your interspatial ring. Lan Jia sneered. Come and get it yourself if you dare. Lu Ming said indifferently. Facing the 7 experts, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. Stubborn fool. Attack and cripple him. Lan Jia said coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than him. If he attacked, with the help of 1 or 2 people, he could take down Lu Ming in a few moves. He charged towards Lu Ming, but in the next moment, his pupils shrank because Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him. How can he be so fast? Not good. This was the only thought that flashed through Lan Shiji's mind. He wanted to retaliate, but it was too late. He saw Lu Ming's palm enlarging rapidly in front of his eyes and then pressing on his face. A terrifying force surged from Lu Ming's palm. Lan Jie could not resist this force at all. He even heard the sound of his neck breaking. Boom! Lu Ming's palm pressed on Lan Jie's face and slammed him into the ground. A huge boom rang out, and the ground shook. A huge crater appeared in the ground, and Lan Jie lay there, twitching and coughing up blood. His bones were all broken. He was not dead yet, but his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. How long had it been since the last time he fought with Lu Ming? Last time, Lu Ming was barely able to defeat him. In terms of fighting ability, Lu Ming was not stronger than him. In the end, Lu Ming was able to win because of the indestructible ancient scripture. But now, in front of Lu Ming, he had no power to fight back. He was even weaker than a baby, and was pressed to the ground by Lu Ming. The remaining 6 people were also shocked. Let's deal with him together. A 2-star great sovereign yelled. The 2 2-star great emperors dashed toward Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming had beaten Lan Film half to death in one move. This kind of combat strength made them tremble with fear. They decided to join forces to take down Lu Ming. Just in time. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light and 11 types of laws radiated from his body. His muscles twitched and he charged at the other party. These are 11 types of laws, 5 of which are the strongest laws. When the 2 2-star great emperors saw the radiance on Lu Ming's body, their hearts shook violently and their faces were filled with disbelief. Boom! Boom! While the 2 of them were shocked, Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. Lu Ming's fist force was like a storm, blasting towards the 2 of them. The terrifying fist force made it hard for the 2 of them to breathe. The 2 of them roared and attacked with all their might. The aura of the Great Tao filled the air as they executed their divine skills to fight against Lu Ming. After a series of deafening booms, the 2 figures were forced to retreat. They were 2 2-star great emperors. At this moment, the 2 of them were shocked. They felt like the bones in their arms were about to crack. Lu Ming's attack was shockingly powerful. Even when the 2 of them joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage. Boom! Boom! After Lu Ming repelled the 2 of them, he did not give them any chance to take a breather as he continued to attack. Moreover, Lu Ming did not care about his own defense at all as he attacked with all his might. This allowed Lu Ming to unleash his full combat strength. The 2 2-star great emperors attacked with all their might, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Every time they clashed with him, their bodies would tremble violently and they would retreat continuously. Their blood and qi were in turmoil and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. They were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was almost on par with a 3-star great emperor. If they were alone, they would have been defeated long ago. Go down! Lu Ming roared and charged towards one of the 2-star great emperors, ignoring the other's attack. Bam! Bam! 2 clashing sounds could be heard. One of the 2-star great emperor's attacks had struck Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming's attack had struck the other 2-star great emperor. The 2-star great emperor that had been struck by Lu Ming let out a cry as his body was sent flying and crashed into the wall of the cliff. He spat out mouthfuls of blood as his chest was pierced through. He was severely injured. As for Lu Ming, although he was also sent flying, he only spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his aura was still strong and he was not seriously injured. Whoosh! Lu Ming turned around and swept his leg out like a steel whip, hitting the 2-star great emperor behind him. The man's body was sent flying like a cannonball as he was severely injured. The 2 2-star great emperors had only exchanged a few blows with Lu Ming before they were severely injured by Lu Ming. The remaining 1-star great emperor who was fighting with Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 was greatly shocked and quickly retreated. The one who was most shocked was none other than Lan Jie. His eyes were wide open as he was almost scared to death. 2 2-star great emperors were severely injured by Lu Ming in an instant. What kind of strength did Lu Ming have? How could he improve so quickly? Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across Lan Jie, causing him to tremble and his face to turn pale. Spare me, spare me. Lan Jin actually struggled to kneel down and begged Lu Ming for mercy. It was rare for a great emperor like him to kneel down and beg for mercy from a junior. "I'll spare your lives this time. If there's a next time, I'll kill you," Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he left with Emperor Wu Xiang and the other two in a flash. It was not that he was merciful, but their biggest opponent in this formation was the evil god tribe. If they killed Lan Jin and the others, it would weaken the strength of the heaven realm, which was disadvantageous to them. However, if they were to push their luck, he would not show any mercy. Lu Ming and the group of 4 left this place and headed to the right, arriving at a relatively remote mountain peak. The 4 of them opened up a cave, sealed the entrance, and entered. Then, they took out all the origin stones, chaos stones, primordial stones, and great Tao fragments. "Lu Ming, take these chaos stones and primordial stones. They'll be of great use to you." Emperor Wu Xiang handed the storage ring with the chaos stones and primordial stones to Lu Ming. "How can this be? We got these things together. We should split them equally," Lu Ming said. "No, Lu Ming. Without you, how could the 3 of us have gotten such a great opportunity? Moreover, we're old and have limited potential. It's a waste to take up such a large amount of resources. We'll only be able to make the most of them if we leave them to you. We'll just take a few great Tao fragments," Emperor Hun Tian said. "The great Tao fragments are of no use to me for the time being. They're useful to the 3 deans. Take them." Lu Ming pushed 30 great Tao fragments to Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2. However, Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 shook their heads. The 3 of them took 18 great Tao fragments and gave the remaining great Tao fragments to Lu Ming. As for the 8 origin stones in the storage rings, the 3 of them took 1 each. The remaining 5 were all given to Lu Ming. Chapter 2361. Then, Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Hun Tian, and Emperor Tianhua planned to go into seclusion to refine the great Tao fragments to see if they could break through the bottleneck. Lu Ming also went into seclusion to comprehend the laws. Anyway, the 8 array discs were not that easy to obtain. Moreover, only one side could leave between the heavenly realm and the evil god tribe. When the time came, both sides would definitely kill each other. Then, let them fight. Right now, improving their strength was the way to go. Without strength, if the heavenly realm won, it would be fine. If the evil god tribe won, they would definitely be killed. At that time, they would be at the mercy of others. Lu Ming's physical body had just broken through not long ago. With the help of liquid fire, he had reached the peak of the early 5th level. It was impossible for him to break through again in a short period of time. If he wanted to improve his strength now, he could only comprehend the laws. Lu Ming comprehended the strongest laws. Every time he comprehended a new law, he would connect it with other laws. His combat strength would definitely increase. The 4 of them sat in 4 different directions and began to cultivate. Emperor Wu Xiang, Emperor Tianhua, and Emperor Hun Tian each took out a great Tao fragment and refined it. It was not that easy to refine a great Tao fragment. It would take a long time. As for Lu Ming, he comprehended the laws in peace. Now, his main goal was the reincarnation laws and primordial laws. He planned to cultivate these 2 laws to the 3rd level first before comprehending the other laws. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Comprehending the laws here was very fast. Even without going through a life and death battle, Lu Ming still broke through to the 3rd level of the primordial laws. Moreover, it perfectly merged with the original 9 laws to form a divine ability. As for the reincarnation laws, it had also reached the limit of the 2nd level. However, Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 were still refining the great Tao fragments. They had already refined 1 great Tao fragment and were now refining the 2nd one. "Let's go out and see what's going on outside," Lu Ming pondered. He did not know what the situation outside was like in half a year. Had the 8 array discs been found? Immediately, Lu Ming left the cave and headed outside. Boom! Not long after leaving the cave, Lu Ming saw people fighting. It was the heavenly realm beings and the evil god tribe. There were more than a dozen people, and both sides were constantly attacking each other. Could it be that the 8 formation plates have been found? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Once the 8 array discs were found, the two sides would definitely engage in a decisive battle. After observing for a while, Lu Ming discovered that this was not the case. Instead, the two sides were fighting over a palace. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and used the divine breathing technique to completely retract his aura, making him look like a rock. Then, Lu Ming's body sank into the ground and quietly moved towards the palace. No one noticed that Lu Ming had successfully entered the palace without making a sound. Unfortunately, this palace did not have any treasures. Lu Ming searched around but did not find anything. It seemed that the treasures they obtained last time were really something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. In the last room of the palace, Lu Ming made a discovery. A ball of light floated in the air. Within the ball of light, there was a disc array floating, emitting a dusky glow. Disc array. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Could the disc array that the formation spirit was talking about be this disc array? Lu Ming waved his hand and the power of law condensed into a large hand. With a grab, he grabbed the disc array in his hand. The disc array was very ancient and had gone through countless years. There were 8 pits on it. At this moment, 5 of the 8 pits were shining. Congratulations, you've obtained a disc array. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then, a young man appeared. It was the formation spirit. Now, you found 5 disc arrays. There are 3 more left. Keep up the good work. I'll remind you again that only one of you can leave. I look forward to your performance. After saying that, the formation spirit's figure disappeared. 5 disc arrays appeared. In that case, the 5 shining pits on the disc array are the number of disc arrays that have been found. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then, he put away the disc array. Lu Ming continued to retract his aura and left the palace. Outside, the people from both sides were still fighting. Lu Ming left quietly again. Following that, Lu Ming walked around outside and did not gain anything. Lu Ming returned to his previous place of seclusion. Now that he had a disc array in his hand, he was much more at ease. In any case, even if the other 7 disc arrays appeared, the others could not leave without the disc array in his hand. He could cultivate in seclusion in peace. Returning to his place of seclusion, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the laws in seclusion. Lu Ming did not comprehend new laws. Instead, he focused on comprehending the reincarnation laws. At the same time, he constantly explored divine power techniques. His divine power techniques were all self-created. Therefore, every time he comprehended a new type, his divine power techniques had to be sorted out and explored again. Only through continuous exploration could his Abhijna technique continue to become more refined and more powerful. Time passed quickly. Another half a year passed. Lu Ming had been in the Void Sacred Island for more than 2 years. At this time, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the reincarnation laws to the 3rd level. Moreover, it complemented the other laws well and formed a new divine power technique. It was a divine ability formed from 5 supreme laws and 6 monarch laws. Once he attacked, the divine power technique formed by 11 intertwined laws exploded. Its power was shocking. There was no doubt that Lu Ming's battle strength had increased a little. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, even if he encountered a 3-star Great Emperor, he would not be afraid. He was confident that he could fight. It was worth mentioning that after Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2 had refined 3 Great Tao fragments, their cultivation had broken through to the 2nd-star Great Emperor realm. The 3 of them had been stuck at the 1-star Great Emperor realm for a long time. Now that they had broken through to the 2nd-star Great Emperor realm, their strength had improved greatly. In addition to Lu Ming's battle strength, the 4 of them were considered to be quite strong. Congratulations to the 3 deans. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ha ha ha, luck, luck. However, it will be difficult for us to break through to the 3-star Great Emperor realm. Our talents are limited. Even with the Great Tao fragments, it won't be that easy. Emperor Wu Xiang laughed heartily. The bottleneck that had not loosened for many years had broken through. Naturally, he was in a good mood. The three of them chatted for a while and decided to go out and take a look. There were already 7 formation plates. As long as the 8th formation plate appeared, there would be a fierce battle between the two sides. Moreover, Lu Ming and the other three's strength had increased greatly. They wanted to go out and try their luck to see if they could obtain more opportunities. The 4 of them came out of seclusion and headed towards the depths of the region. Soon, they made a discovery. This was because they realized that there were people heading towards the depths of the region. The crowd is gathering. There must be a great discovery ahead. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 2362. They secretly followed a few people and headed deeper. After flying past a large number of mountain peaks, they arrived at a plain. On this plain, a huge pit had been dug out. Within the pit, there was actually a huge palace. This was a palace buried underground, and it had been discovered by someone. The door of the palace was open, and the few people in front flew in directly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not far away, a few more figures flew over. They were from the Evil God tribe. The few Evil God tribe members coldly glanced at Lu Ming and the others, but they did not make a move. They also rushed into the door of the palace. It seems that this underground palace is very impressive. It has attracted experts from both sides. Emperor Wu Xiang said. The others nodded. They had been trapped in this array for a year, and 7 array discs had been found. They had probably searched every corner that could be searched. It was very likely that the last disc array was in this underground palace. Moreover, this palace was hidden deep underground. Perhaps it contained a great opportunity. Let's go in and take a look. Emperor Heavenly Fire said. Let's go. Lu Ming said and flew toward the door of the palace. Behind the door was a huge passageway that extended forward. The moment they flew in, they saw light shining in front of them. The few Evil God tribe members who had flown in earlier were being attacked. The walls on both sides of the passageway were shining, and mysterious runes appeared. They condensed into beams of light that attacked the few Evil God tribe members. The few Evil God tribe members tried their best to resist. As they resisted, they moved forward. There's a formation here. Lu Ming reminded them. The 4 of them were on full alert. When they entered the passageway, resplendent beams of light burst out from the walls on both sides of the passageway, blasting toward them. These beams of light were like beams of divine light, and their power was astonishing. The 4 of them set up layers of defense on their bodies to block these beams of light. Fortunately, although these beams of light were strong and were a threat to 1-star Great Emperors, they were not much of a threat to them. The 4 of them moved forward quickly, heading deeper into the passageway. When the few Evil God tribe members in front saw how fast Lu Ming and the others were moving, their countenances changed drastically. They unleashed their full strength, wanting to quickly pass through the passageway, afraid that Lu Ming and the others would catch up to them. However, there were a total of 3 of them. 2 of them were 2-star Great Emperors and the other was a 1-star Great Emperor. Their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming and the rest. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Ming and the rest caught up with them. Kill. Lu Ming coldly spoke. When encountering the Evil God race, there was nothing much to say. There was only killing. You're the one who will die. A 2-star Emperor from the Evil God tribe roared and charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's current combat prowess was no weaker than a 3-star Martial Emperor. How strong was he? After one move, the Evil God tribe member was sent flying while vomiting blood. Next, Lu Ming stepped forward and killed this Evil God race member with a single move. As for Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2, they had also forced the remaining 2 Evil God tribe members into a precarious situation. Lu Ming turned around and charged back. The remaining 2 evil god tribe members were easily dealt with by them. After packing up, the 4 of them continued forward. This time, they passed through the passage in less than a few minutes. After the passage, there were many corridors. There were a total of 6 corridors that led in different directions. Lu Ming's group randomly chose a corridor and charged forward. Not long after, they discovered some rooms. However, these rooms were all empty. They had been emptied. Lu Ming's group understood that they had come late. Most likely, many people had already entered. Then, they came across a few more rooms, all of which were emptied out. Immediately, they didn't stop and rushed forward with all their might. Ah! Suddenly, they heard an incomparably mournful scream. The 4's expressions changed. Someone had been killed. The 4 of them hurriedly retracted their auras and continued forward. Boom! Boom! In front of them, there were intense explosions. Scram! Kill! Angry roars could be heard as well. Lu Ming's group passed through a corridor and arrived at a spacious hall. They discovered that a group of people were being surrounded. There were evil god tribe members and also heaven realm beings. The 2 sides didn't attack each other because they had a common enemy. In the hall, streaks of black light flickered continuously. Their speed was extremely shocking. This was a type of bat. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it was made of black iron. However, its eyes were completely red, like blood. The enemy of the evil god tribe and heaven realm beings was this type of bat. In the hall, there were already some corpses of the evil god tribe and heaven realm beings lying there. Moreover, each corpse was shriveled, as if their blood had been devoured. Buzz buzz, a strange fluctuation spread over, causing Lu Ming's, Emperor Wu Xiang's, and the others' expressions to change. It's a sound wave attack. Be careful. Emperor Wu Xiang warned. The few of them hurriedly activated their skills to defend against the invisible wave. The invisible wave was very terrifying. Once hit, it would directly attack one's soul, causing one to feel dizzy. Clearly, many people had been hit. After being attacked by these bats, they felt dizzy and didn't have the strength to fight back. They were directly attacked by these bats and died on the spot. Swoosh swoosh. There were dozens of black bats moving freely in the hall. The evil god tribe and heaven realm beings were blocked here. They couldn't move forward at all. It was even dangerous for them to protect themselves. On the opposite side of the hall, there was a door that seemed to be able to move forward. Let's rush over. Lu Ming said and rushed forward with Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2. Instantly, a few black bats stared at them. Their blood-red eyes swept over them and flew towards them. Buzz buzz, that formless fluctuation rushed towards them. Lu Ming controlled the laws. 11 types of laws covered his entire body, especially his ears, where the defense was the strongest. However, even so, Lu Ming could feel the power of the laws shaking. Nevertheless, he managed to block it. As for Emperor Wu Xiang and the other 2, it wasn't so easy. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their faces turned slightly pale. Swoosh! Swoosh! A few bats pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. He stepped forward and punched out a few times. Boom! Boom! The void shook violently. The invisible wave was directly destroyed by Lu Ming's fist force. The terrifying fist force crushed the bats, and their bodies exploded. Let's go. Lu Ming took the lead and rushed forward. Emperor Wu Xiang and the others followed behind Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's cultivation and his powerful physical body, his defense was astonishing. Even the sound wave attack of the bats couldn't hurt him. With Lu Ming in the lead, the 4 of them rushed forward like a pair of scissors. On the way, Lu Ming killed a few more bats. That's Lu Ming. He's actually so powerful. Someone recognized Lu Ming and was shocked. Lu Ming, help us. Someone shouted and looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Hee hee.